All right, hello, hello. Let me hit some buttons and see what happens. That's the crystal clear menu. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna say hit the wrong panel. All right, I'm setting things up. I would like to today watch the Romero Carmack interview that happened as a part of the what do you call it? As a part of the big anniversary for Doom. Then afterward, I'd like to poke at the Kako Awards and the Doom Awards and the schism between the two. Yes. Um, and then afterward, I just want to play some Doom. And at some point, an electrician's going to come and turn off the power. So the stream will be ending somewhere between a very large time window. Not right now, not in the next couple hours, but eventually. An electrician will come and turn off the power. It'll be great. They'll tell me in advance, and I'll have to, shut down the PC. But no, I cannot keep the live stream going on a uninterruptible power supply. Can't do it. Can't do it. All right, you didn't know I was into Doom. I mean, not hugely. If we look at my ZDL here, I've got some iWads. I got some mods here. I'm gonna uncheck Sigil for now since we did that last time. But Project Brutality, staging, and corruption cards I like to hold on to for the moment. Yes, exactly. The gameplay is doomed. Yes, that's the meme. But no, I run a ZDL mod loader on my whatchamacallit, my KDE Neon here. Give me a second. This is actually part of a playlist. If you check out the live stream, you can actually see the of the other Doom streams I've done recently. Today is Coke, like this bottle of Coke, followed by what do you call it? A glass of herbal tea, followed by coffee, followed by water. So I have a hydration strategy for the day. iWad recommendations go in the Boomer Shooters channel of my Discord server. If you yell them at me now, I will forget before I have an opportunity to play them. That is just the unfortunate reality. I'm not going to lie to you and say, "Oh yeah, I'll definitely play that," and then completely forget about it because people give me suggestions all the time, and my streams go on for several hours, and yeah, you can see how this could be a problem. Anyway, let's pull up the John Romero, what do you call it, an anniversary stream. There we go. There it is. This is from John Romero's YouTube channel. So, basically he had, like, this is Romero, this is Carmack, and, yeah, they did an anniversary stream, which is interesting. Anyway, I just want to kind of check it out there. Yes. Hey, you'd be surprised. Well, and when the stream ends, then, I go and do a bunch of real life stuff, answer a bunch of emails unrelated to video gaming, and actually do some adulting. And by the time I get back, I've basically forgotten a good chunk of what people have said. So that's why I very much maintain these Discord channels for such purposes. That's why I asked everyone for Half-Life level recommendations, for example, recently on Discord, because goodness knows there are a lot of Half-Life campaigns. Anyway, let's get this started. I want to hear what they have to say about Doom. And when we're done with that, I'd like to look at the community, specifically the schism between the two award shows they were doing, because I'm interested in that. All right, so let's listen.
Fine. We were up at 4 in the morning uploading it to a BB.
On. This got skipped. So what happened was Ramiro had some issue.
Reset, just because floating point winds up.
No, not quite there. Hold on. There's a point at which his his stream blurs. If I go back to the very beginning, there we go. So it begins. He's blurry, and once he unblurs himself, then he's like mono.
It's been 30 years. Doom's been out.
Yeah, he's mono. So, hold on.
Extra questions in there. So it only comes
Romero
up
stereo.
when you go live.
There we go.
Let me tell it to just.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay. All right.
That's the proper start of the stream. I just I had it playing in the background a little bit, and I knew there were issues with it, and I just had to figure out, okay, where was it where the issues ended? So they ended here, and then I walked off, and it played for another 4 minutes before I got back, basically. All right, here we go. This is the actual listen.
All right, good. Now I'm loud enough. Great.
So for those who were unaware, John Romero, Carmack, these are the two people who were mostly responsible for Doom-edited software. Obviously, there were other people in the process as well, but these are the two quote-unquote rock stars behind it. And the biggest thing that these people did, biggest thing these people did wasn't making Doom, but rather open sourcing their engine as soon as they finished, you know, the next game. That's what they've been doing. Is every time they make a game, they open sourced the previous game. That policy ended under Bethesda, mind you. Now that it is under the control of Bethesda, they have completely reversed their position on modding, and you can tell the exact moment when Doom truly died, and or try to say like Doom modding support truly died, and that's when they got like these other people, you know, working for id Software got on stage and they announced that, you know, like because they respect the modding community so much, they're going to be bringing it to everybody. Here's Snap Map for Doom 2016. I mean, Snap Map's pretty cool because like a kid can do it, right? Like, you know, like a 6-year-old could use Snap Map. So, it's just funny how like the rest of the game had de novo in it and a bunch of other things that stopped modding in its tracks, right? And so everyone scratched their heads and went, "You guys don't respect modding at all. You just want to sell a feature of your game." Anyway, but point is that modern id is not this id, or the id that made the original Doom, made Quake 2. Even so far as Quake 3 was still, you know, Quake 3 still got open sourced, and there was still a lot of games that got made out of Quake 2, right? So it's kind of interesting in that regard. But let's go. Let's go.
All right. I guess we're ready to go.
Doom Daddies, yes, exactly. Now, John Romero is famous for the bad marketing that surrounded him. He didn't choose this. A marketing firm did. But they said John Romero is going to make you his bitch with Daikatana, right? I mean, he worked on Daikatana a fair amount. You know, it was a good attempt, right? But it turned out to be a bad game. And so having that specter loom over him, he's done much better since, you know, as far as becoming a local legend in terms of you know, just being a really chill guy and helping out with first-person shooters. But what do you call it? I know he got involved with Project Warlock a little bit. I'm super happy about that. So let me see here. All right, cool. I see Steambub on the 10th, and then we got everyone on the 18th. Good. I'm looking at the Discord posts. Thank you for posting there. I appreciate that. I will be able to check those out later, and you know, as opposed to it getting lost in like a 4 to 8 hour stream. You know, Carmack is literally you. Carmack is interesting in the sense that he used to be very aggressive when it came to like what can you do as a programmer, you know, and what can you do as a scripter? What does that bring to the table? And he was very he wasn't very tolerant of people who couldn't keep up with him, right? You know, he was extremely gifted at the time, you know, compared to his peers. And so Romero could not code nearly as fast or as well at the time as Carmack. And so Carmack literally campaigned to have him driven out of the company because what do you call it? He had this chip on his shoulder that everyone should be working as hard and as fast as him. Little did he know at the time that Romero had a bunch of other skills that like served him a lot better, like level design and stuff like that. You know, Romero did a whole ton of other things besides just programming video game, right? And so what ended up happening was Carmack actually admitted like that was one of his biggest regrets now that he's come to realize like, you know, people have varied talents and they all have value outside of just his talent, right? And that was something he didn't realize at the time. And again, he said that was one of his biggest regrets. And so having said that in an interview, you know, fast forward about 1 to 2 years later, and here he is having a chat with Romero on stream. That's that is what we call reconciliation. Yes, and that's a good thing. That is +1 humanity. In a long string of -1 humanities across the last, you know, 5 or 6 years in terms of just general events in the world, you know. But when two people who were estranged from one another can come to terms, that is reassuring. You know what I mean? Anyway, who's this? David L. Caddick. Craddock. He's acting as like a moderator between the two, helping facilitate the stream. Yeah.
Ready to roll. So, David, did you want to ask us some questions?
Oh, geez, I didn't prepare for any of this. Yes, I have I have a number of questions for you both. Thanks for letting me be here. Let's start it off by saying we're going to do a follower-only chat for the questions, not to get subscriptions, but just because that'll kind of help our moderators.
Yeah, I mean, it was a big anniversary stream that ran, so it makes sense. Tons and tons of people flooding in. There's a reason why I always put like a 3-second slow mode on it so that people couldn't spam. I can't imagine what I would do in a truly large chat with thousands of people. I would probably just give up and stop streaming.
Be able to stem the flow of all the questions we see already coming in a bit.
Masters of the Doom, Doom Guy. I have not read Doom Guy, Life in First Person. I've read the other one, The Masters of Doom, but I have not read Doom Guy, Life in First Person. I should grab that. Let me actually look if it's Doom Guy. I'm gonna see if it's on Audible. Okay, cool. Neat. I will pick that up. Yes. Yep. If there are a lot of people, it'd still look like a mess. Correct. Absolutely correct. That's why I'm saying if there were thousands of chatters, I'd probably just give up. That's why I said what I said. Yes. There was meaning behind what I said. Anyway. Yeah. It looks like Doom Guy's on Audible, so I can probably listen to that next week while I work on some other stuff. That's cool. Anyway.
What I'll do for this, John and John, is for each question, I think I'll pose it to one of you, but both of you can answer. I just figure I'll do that to keep us from stampeding over each other as we talk. So,
Doom Guy is written by John Romero. Yes, I know it's written by Romero. I was there when he posted his initial social media post. I saw him like unveil the book and everything. It's just, from there, like a dozen other things happened that day. So it got consigned to the, it got pushed out of RAM. It was in long-term storage, but it got pushed out of RAM, if that makes sense.
So, to kick things off, obviously we're doing this on the 30th anniversary of Doom's release. John Carmack, as you think back 30 years to this day.
Yes, I was there. not even like, I mean, I was there when Doom was new. Unlike most people, though, I did not have the shareware version for ages. I had the shareware version until the full version came out, and I immediately nabbed the full version without delay. Like, I was absolutely... back then, I was one of the first to try, first to buy people. That is no longer who I am, unfortunately. People ask me, "What's your opinion on New Thing?" I'm like, I'm first of all, I'm waiting for New Thing to actually come out. I don't give a shit about trailers. Well, why? Because I don't give a shit about trailers. That's number one. Number two, I'm waiting for other people. I'm waiting to find out if it's a good game or not. But I want to watch you to see if you have the good opinion. Like, I'm sorry, but that's just not who I am, like, usually. Starfield was an exception because lol Bethesda games. The Bethesda games are a big meme with me these days. But, what PC did you have to play Doom? It was... Jeez. My first PC that I owned, like, myself, was a 486X Intel, but there was a PC earlier that was technically belonged to a family member, but I was given access to it frequently. So I was able to play Doom when it had just come out. But yeah, like I actually, the 486X Intel was the first PC that I owned myself. Trying to think. I do not for the life of me remember the specs of that first the PC Zero, as it were, the one that I had access to, that I played Doom on all the time. All I can tell you is that graphics cards didn't exist, and it had a turbo button on it, so like the turbo button actually slowed it down so that the games were playable. Because you have to understand, DOS games ran at the speed of your like CPU. They didn't have any kind of rate limiting built into them. So you had to hit the turbo button so that your computer would slow down to the point where the game would actually, not be just like a super speedy blur. But no, like, we didn't have a sound card on that first one. I remember instead we had some sort of like software package that would take the PC speaker and it would it would like translate the MIDI signals from games into the PC speaker. So like the whole thing that went beep boop when you turned on the computer, all those noises the system used to make. That speaker was jury-rigged into a sound device that games could use through some elaborate shenanigans. But yeah, we didn't have proper sound on that first PC. Not the one I owned, but the one that that I had access to. It was all beeps and boops back then. It was really silly. But you haven't lived until you've heard Doom going beep 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 beep. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, my first PC, the 486X Intel, that had it had a PC speaker as well. It wasn't jury rigged or anything, and I had to separately. I remember upgrading, getting a Sound Blaster card in it. It wasn't a Sound Blaster Pro; it was just a regular old Sound Blaster. And then I also had a Mathco processor installed, so that certain games could render pseudo 3D decently. Like it sped up games immensely. The Mathco processor that sat on the motherboard next to the processor. Yeah, those were the days. Anyway, let me see here. Yeah, so ancient times. I have only vague memories of the computer that I had access to before my first one, but I remember my 46X Intel very well. I originally had DOS on it, but then I upgraded to Windows 3.1, and I found that when I upgraded to Windows 3.1, I spent like 90% of my time running the computer in DOS mode anyway. So it was a huge waste. A huge waste. Most games were not good for Windows at the time. Oddly enough, the game that ran in Windows, the games that ran in Windows were mostly like weird Microsoft Arcade, like you get a floppy disk with like 10 games in it, and we're talking about like a 3D grid tank game, like a wireframe tank game. Of course, remember Ski Free? Ski Free was one of those games. The point is, like, I very much like spent almost no time in Windows during 3.1. 95 and 98, on the other hand, spent a lot of time in Windows. Absolutely. Is it a good thing that Windows shit never caught on? It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts because like I was using Windows all the way straight through until Windows 10. And Windows 10's updates just got out of control. Even though like I had disabled updates and everything, I gone out of my way to disable the service, to delete like registry keys and stuff that allowed the update to work. Like I had hard shut down Windows Update, and it updated anyway. And it updated during a business, when I was getting started for a business meeting. And it was one of those once every 6 months, 20-minute updates that just that made me late to the business meeting. So here I am in Linux, and this is where I spend most of my time. I have a Windows 10 drive that I almost never use, and I keep it segregated from the rest of my PC with a little hardware switch when I go into Windows. So in other words, Windows can't see or access my Linux drives. It can only see and access its own drive. But the reverse is also true. The reverse is not true. So I can actually access my Windows drive from Linux if I want. And that is by design. Anyway, let's see here. What else were we talking about? Windows lives in a cage. It does. And the last time I logged into Windows was to play the Starfield run, because Starfield is horrible for Proton at the moment if you have a what do you call it, NVIDIA card. Anyway, as I was saying, let's listen to more of this interview.
What are some of the first memories that come to mind for you?
So for this day, it was always, Romero being in charge of getting the final build together, getting it all ready and getting it out to people. But this was the culmination of almost a year of work at that point. And we pretty much knew we were on the glide slope to this kind of explosive reception of this. We had early alphas and test things out that different people had seen, and we knew what we had. And it was kind of a triumphant moment for us because it was all together. We were proud of what we had done, and we knew it was going to land really well. We probably
I mean, Doom has endured this long as far as like updates. Sorry, like new engines made from it, and you know, like full on releases. You know, we're talking about games that are being released on Steam right now that use Doom's engine, but even Doom itself, like the video game, how many iWads are coming out for it every year, you know? It's kind of nuts. Yeah, I was super excited to be able to play Doom with my friends. I remember one time in school, I brought Doom over and just installed it massively on all the computers in the computer lab. At the time, nobody knew it was me who had done it. It's just, you know, just my friend who announced to everyone else, "Hey, I got Doom on the computers," and he's the one who got in trouble. But he got all the quote unquote social credit for it, which is fine. Like I didn't want to get in trouble for you know, installing Doom on all the school computers, so I gladly let him take credit for it. You know, heaven and hell at the same time. Go for it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no. Get this. Like, I was once reading a document. The document was a crack for Syndicate Plus, okay? Syndicate Plus, by the way, Syndicate Wars is not as good as Syndicate Plus. People played Syndicate Wars and were like, "Whoa, it's 3D." No, go back to the 2D Syndicate Plus. It's such a better game. Anyway, there was a crack for Syndicate Plus, a no CD crack, because let's be honest here. The age of having to have your CD in the drive to play the game, it was fucked. Like, especially when the CD would, you know, like the read would stutter or something, and then the game would, you know, like stop for a second. It's like, why? We have computers capable of holding it. Anyway, in the text for the no CD crack of Syndicate Plus, it said, you need to copy all of the files from the CD into your Syndicate Plus folder, right? And now it's going to be like 300 megabytes, but don't worry. Like, computers are coming out these days with gigabytes of storage space. You'll never be able to use that all up. I read that text, and even at that moment, I looked at it just how I'm looking at it now, you know? Really? Really? You're never going to be able to use that up. Really? Terabytes. I have terabytes. I have terabytes. Anyway, as I was saying,
we couldn't have guessed that it landed as well as it did, but there was no doubt in our mind that it was great at that point.
Yeah, it was. I remember that last 30-hour day. It was pretty crazy. We had the last bug, which had to do with the timer overflowing or / underflowing. That was a pretty cool bug to solve, because you thought about it for a minute, like, why would it be freezing up on some machines? And you went over and looked at the code, and when you fixed it, it was like, that's been in the game since day one. When you put the timer interrupt in there.
And you know, there.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, all of the bugs that didn't get fixed in the first iteration. You know, Doom had tons of patches, like just tons, and there are people who got the disc version, or worse, the CD version of 95, that still had some day one bugs. It's crazy. Just like these days, we don't have those bugs quite as severely or at all, due to different engines, right? They're like, almost nobody runs on the vanilla engine these days. Like there's some other engines that do like that do try to be as vanilla as possible. I personally love GZ because I like jumping. That trivializes levels. I know it does. Still funny though. Yeah, and I like looking up and down. All right. So, yeah. Let me see here. Someone asked about a thing. Yes. Exactly. You guys are crazy. You guys are insane. All right. What was I saying though? Oh yeah. It's time to it's time we're finished with Coke. Now it's time to have some whatchamacallit, apple tea. Yes, it's an herbal infusion. But in the United States, Americans are stupid, and so nobody knows what an herbal infusion is. They won't buy an herbal infusion. So what they will do is they have to market everything as tea. So this is marketed as apple tea. All right.
There are related bugs to that I still see to this day in programs where you see some games where some of the shader effects start getting a little hitchy if the game's been running for multiple days without a reset, just because floating point winds up starting to have issues when you keep time in seconds and never reset it. So those let the game soak for multiple days at a time bugs still bite people to this day.
Yep.
I'm talking about the average consumer base. When I make a generalization about Americans, I'm talking about the general consumer base. You can be the exception that proves the rule. And that's fine.
I think Romero, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you want to continue?
No, it was definitely, it's a very low level bug, and the whole game was tied to it.
Yes.
But yeah, it was amazing to have the answer from a full year long project that quickly.
I think one of my favorite stories from this time is you've all talked about trying to upload the Doom files to, I believe it was the University of Wisconsin's servers, but there were too many people in, everybody had to go out. And then they all came flooding back in, and they finally had to leave so you could upload the game. Was that we'll start with John Romero for this one. Was that the first time you'd ever seen sort of a live or live-ish reaction to one of your games being released, that sort of response?
With Wolfenstein, we were up at 4 a.m. uploading it to a BBS, and
Yes. That's the truth of it. Like the first iteration of Wolfenstein, like it locked off all the episodes except the first one. But I remember a for those who don't know what a BBS is, it's a bulletin board server. So basically what would happen is you would take your modem, instead of dialing up to whatever internet provider you had at the time, you would dial up directly to the bulletin board server, and it would do the connection, the ding, the little noise, just the same. And once you did the full call, once it connected, you could play games locally, or you could download files, and you can like post on message boards. But it was like the internet, except like with 300-ish people on it, who all knew each other. Some bulletin board services had like a cycling of people, but usually the BBSs I played on, like most of my RPGs back then were like you type north, south, east, or west, just N, NSEW,
and I think the only
whoops. Anyway, that's how it worked. So those were little MMOs with like 200-300 people on them, and those were good times. But that's how you downloaded shareware back then. Is you'd connect to specific bulletin board servers that had shareware uploads on them. And so, yeah, that's where Wolfenstein's shareware came from. You spent over $250 calling Sierra Online. I played a lot of Sierra Online, specifically the Imagination Network, Shadow of Cerberus, what is it called? Shadow of Cerberus, Fates of Twinion, Ruins of Cador. Anyway, the issue, like, I didn't spend nearly as much, overall, because I got, like, a deal on their lifetime membership thing. Their unlimited, connectivity, but it was like $150 up front, right? And so then I proceeded to no life the games online. Most people chose to, you know, go cheap, and then they'd get a bill for you know, $300+ because it was charging them per minute or whatever, per hour. I don't remember. Point is that I was one of those lucky bastards who paid up front. Yeah. Anyway, let me see here. Doom 95 is great. I'll be honest with you. With the exception of Thy Flesh Consumed, I think that the original Doom is just better than Doom 2, just in general. Don't get me wrong, Doom 2 monsters can be put into mods and stuff. It's great. It's just, I'm talking about like the vanilla level design, okay? Like, the modding community has obviously overcome any issues with Doom 2. It's just that, yeah, the level design of Doom 1 was just better, in my opinion. It's funny, like, I have played the shareware version, Doom Episode 1, more than any other episode and mod or whatever. And I had access to the full game the whole time. Yeah, the super shotgun is great. It's true. There were also some quirks in the map making where you had to pretty much know which one you were using, right? Doom 1's IWAD or Doom 2's IWAD. Let me see. Yeah, so we got the Ultimate Doom here, and then Doom 2's up here. I should play Free Doom sometime, like actually make a go of Free Doom Phase 2. I think that might be fun. But yeah, you know what I don't have? I don't have the Hell on Earth starter pack, which was really fun. I should get that again sometime. Oh well, let's keep going.
The reaction we saw was when we log into the BBS, we saw Wolfenstein 3D scroll up in ASCII text, and we're like, oh right, it's something that people are going to be looking at. And we uploaded it and was like, well, it's time to go to sleep now because we've been up all night. But with Doom, it was the first time that we uploaded to the internet, and it was Jay who did the uploading. Like, we started at 2 in the afternoon because, you know, we had to get that last bug fixed and tested, and it was the first time we had people waiting like that. In fact, I think within the week before, we had people calling the office randomly asking when it was going to go up, and we're like, how do you guys even get through? But it was the first time we could actually like hear from people and see that people are really excited about something like live.
Yeah, now the 90s really was an era of technical scaling issues yet to be addressed, where everything was very ad hoc. And it's not like, you know, you really can't break YouTube or Facebook today, but a lot of these things were a specific machine sitting in a specific office with a specific network connection.
For those who don't know, all of Battle.net ran on a single PC, not a mainframe, a single PC. Yeah, Sigil 2 did drop. I played through it twice, once vanilla, once with Project Brutality. Both times were great. Highly recommended. Yes. Let me see here. But yeah, it was yeah. So Episode 4 uses Doom 2's design ethos for the most part. That's what I've noticed as far as how it's set up. Yeah. I'd actually argue that, well, you say Project Brutality is better than Brutal Doom. I think, personally, Project Brutality is better than Brutal Doom with the exception of boss fights. The boss fights in Brutal Doom are a lot better balanced and feel a lot more interesting. Brutal Doom has taken a lot more effort to balance the game, whereas Project Brutality just says balance. Let's throw that thing in the garbage can. We got a shit ton of new weapons, new modes, and what do you call it? All the monsters are going to spawn random variations, and they'll scale up as you get further and further into the episode. Point is that Project Brutality is great and I love it, but Brutal Doom does have a few points in its favor. Of course, there is something to be said for using neither and just playing the game vanilla, but you know, I've been doing that for 30 years, so you know. Let's see here. I definitely want to run at least corruption cards whenever I do Doom these days. For those who don't know, in fact, I'll boot it up right now just to show you. We'll run just corruption cards, and what do you call it? I'll put E1M1. Yeah, E1M1. Go. Okay, so here's corruption cards. So what you do is you select hardcore keeps the cards through each level and they compound on top of each other, right? But standard just makes them go away afterwards. So we'll pick from one of the card packs, I say regular, and you see it picks a bunch of cards. So in this case, I'm going to do Barrels of Fun. Now there are randomly more barrels all over the level. And the next episode, sorry, the next level, there'll be another card that I'll pick, and that'll compound on top of it. And another card I'll pick, and it'll compound on top of it, until eventually the run becomes either unwinnable, or I just stomp it anyway. But that's like the cards just keep compounding, like it just keeps dealing new cards with new effects. And you pick from one of 3, and you just keep repeating the process over and over and over. And that's my current jam when it comes to Doom, is corruption cards. It's just really fun. All right. Anyway, that is massively compatible. In other words, it's compatible with most level packs, and it's compatible with what do you call it? Brutal Doom, Project Brutality, so on and so forth. Almost any other mod is compatible, but sadly, any kind of what do you call it? Any kind of like mod that adds a hub area doesn't work with corruption cards, because what ends up happening is the corruption cards will redeal every time you level transition. So it's only built for the standard progressive level format, not an open world format. That's the only real exception to like you can't do Half-Life's level design with corruption cards. I say Half-Life's level design. I mean, like, because yeah, Wolfenstein or Doom. I prefer Doom personally, but Wolfenstein's pretty cool. Let me see here. Grabbing a couple more things. We should be good to go.
And it was a time where everybody would find it's like, oh, you know, Doom blew this up or Slashdot blew this other thing up, and finding all of those things. You know, we're in an era standing on the shoulders of giants now. The fact that you can just drop worldwide releases that literally 1 billion people can get now, but there was a lot of learning along the way.
Yes, Doom is on both Steam and GOG, and you can grab all of the WAD files and use them in GZ Doom, or even something like the ZDL mod launcher, for instance. This is what I'm using. Speaking of which, let's delete the E1M1 before I do something stupid. Default. There we go. All right.
Especially about networking, because that was when people first started getting network hardware at home and learning how it even worked. And with Doom supporting IPX on a local net area.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. When Doom initially came out, I did not have my own PC when it first came out, like in shareware. I had to I had the network card and everything on the loaner PC I was playing on. That was all set up for me. I had to figure out how to connect to the internet and everything with my 486X PC much later on. I had everything done for me back in the Dawn era he was talking about.
Area network. That made a lot of people learn a lot of stuff pretty quickly.
I'm glad you mentioned networking, because that brought me to a question I wanted to ask. We'll jump ahead here a little bit. Obviously, Doom influenced many players to learn how to network their computers together to play deathmatch. That was a very new thing, but you couldn't have known at the time that you were releasing not only one of the greatest games ever, one of the most influential, but there are a lot of people who, by playing Doom and learning how to network, that encouraged them to enter careers in game development and other IT fields. I was wondering, we'll start with John Carmack. When was the first time you realized that Doom in particular was influencing people beyond just, hey, I love this game and I love playing this game?
So yeah, like you say, the networking was something where Doom encouraged a lot of people to figure out the hardware things, figure out how to upgrade their hardware, get the extra things installed, and then especially the networking, where we had only had a couple years of going through from the earliest super janky networks. We had like parallel port network adapter things, and we were trying.
It's true. So, okay. Parallel port was known to me at the time as a printer cable. And when I wanted to play Doom with my friend, I had to bring their computer over, and then I plugged in a literally, I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna plug the printer cable into my computer, and I'm gonna plug the printer cable into their computer. We're gonna use what's called a null modem connection to just kind of seamlessly create an IPX network across our two computers. It was very, very strange times. Oh, jeez, that is an amazing meme. Someone sent this. Yes. Yeah. So someone sent a. Someone sent loss. Hold on. Let me pull this up. Somebody sent loss in this format. I am. Anytime I see loss, that is just something that resonates with me personally. Because of how fucking. There we go. So, I have now seen loss in this format. It's great. Excellent. Let's get going. We're going back now. Oh, jeez. This is good Apple. It's good Apple though. Apple herbal infusion. Yay. Let's go.
Trying to do things in the very earliest days, and then finally getting the thin net coax Ethernet system set up. It really was early days, and a lot of people.
Coax. Trying to think of what I did. Okay, so okay, so there's the parallel port. What's the other port? The one that my damn modem plugged into. I forgot. Let's see. Common ports, old PCs. Serial. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, I'm pulling up a thing. Hold on. Ports. There it is. Okay, cool. Let's see. So, This was what this one right here, where I'm moving my mouse around, was what I used to connect computers back in the day. Sorry, no, it's these parallel ports, I think. But then serial ports were, yeah, the COM ports. That's right. I was using a little serial port, I think. I don't know, like, oh, we've gone through so much here or there. No Catman VTuber right now. Yeah, yeah. I woke up and I was too lazy to change the thumbnail. Okay, so let's see. Serial. Yeah, yeah. Can you believe we once lived through DVI? All right. I actually have a PS2 port. Let me look. No, that was my last computer. My last computer had it. But yeah. So this serial port here, I think, was what I used a lot of. Yeah. Yep. Wrong button. My bad. Let's do that there. Delete this. There we go.
Did wind up in sort of network administration posts, and wiring up became the network guy in their office, and many offices wound up having a suspect business case put forward for why they all needed networks shortly after Doom came out.
I mean, yeah. A lot of businesses suddenly got networks after Doom came out. Like, hey, that originally they all had separate computers, but you had to explain to your boss all of a sudden why your computers really did need to communicate with one another. This was super important, right? Like, we need to be able to we like, it's super inefficient to use floppy disks, right? We need to be able to copy those files in real time over the network. And explaining to your boss why this is like a productivity increase, very important thing. And that gets all the computers networked together. And once they're all networked together, you can play Doom on them. Yeah, that's right.
And it was interesting to contrast with, I think Quake led a lot more people into software development careers, where that level of programmability kind of launched a lot of game dev careers.
Yeah, Valve specifically, they hired a ton of people who programmed Quake C. Quake C is just a scripting language. It's not really C, right? But it's yeah, even I worked with Quake C for a while, so I know exactly what they were talking about when the Half-Life interview, discussed that.
But Doom launched a lot of kind of like IT professional careers.
Yeah, I've heard that so many times. People saying I got a job because of Doom. I had to learn how to network the computers and install the drivers and everything. And yeah, and though I meet those people at tech conferences nowadays, like We Are Developers in Berlin. There's so many people there, and so many
mouse balls kept getting stolen. Yeah, I mean, I used to have to clean the mouse ball every couple months or so, and it would get pet fur in it and stuff. Was not great.
Many of them got their start because they needed to play Doom networked because it was cooler than a modem.
So for this one, I'll start with John Romero. As I understand it, you two had a conversation somewhat recently where you realized there was something that would have been possible, I believe, in Wolfenstein 3D, but you didn't realize it until years later. What was that?
Oh, that was when we were talking about. It just had occurred to me that the push wall hack into the Wolfenstein engine that was inelegant actually could have been solved if we had treated the secret doors as regular doors, secret walls as doors, and just had them open like a door, instead of having to like push a block through the matrix and everything. That would have been an elegant design solution for something like that, like the way that the engine already operated.
Yep.
And would not have caused headaches.
Although in the end, I do look back at that as one of those kind of growth moments for me, because I was like, this is going to be a mess to put this in. And and Romero and Tom were leaning on me about it. And I finally was like, oh, all right. And it was absolutely the right thing to do. The game was so limited. And yes, in hindsight, it would have been faster to just like have it be a sliding door on the front thing. But the grinding push wall sound is pretty iconic for Wolfenstein in that era. And, I did have to go through this learning process about, the clean code isn't the point. The point is, creating something of value for all the users. And sometimes you really should just suck it up and do something that's a little bit ugly, because it's going to be awesome and it's going to be worth it there.
Yep. And it was funny because before that,
they're talking about in Wolfenstein 3D, if you hit the use key on a door, the door will slide open. If you hit the use key on a secret wall, the secret wall will push backwards. It'll just push through, and then it will what do you call it? And then you'll just get access to the secret area. But on a technical level, pushing, like basically expanding the wall out, was actually a huge mess and caused a bunch of issues mid-development. That's what they're talking about. You said, wasn't Doom PvP a 1v1 affair? No. That was only on the console versions of Doom. Doom could actually support, 8 players? Something like that. Initially. It was good. Like, it was good. Yeah, I mean, on a local network, you'd get a bunch of players together, and you'd play Doom. Like, it had co-op and deathmatch. Yep.
Everything went so smoothly because, the side-scrolling engines, you only needed so much functionality that could enable so much to happen. So we didn't really need, like, I need you to do this crazy thing in parallaxing or whatever we were doing in Keen, because there was plenty of functionality there. But when we got to that point, it was like we're missing something, and it's a secret, and this is probably the best way to represent a secret in the world that we have here.
Yeah, but, and that really was something where Wolfenstein was done under these, extreme, almost extraordinary design constraints. There just wasn't that much you could do. And that was where it was a clear sense of crossing a threshold with Doom, where you went from something where there was just this tiny puzzle box that you could mess with in the tile-based Wolfenstein, Rise of the Triad, those types of games, but just the extra things that were enabled in Doom opened up and pretty much unlimited creative box, where, you're still seeing levels out to this day where people are doing novel and interesting things with it. And that's kind of an interesting theoretical thing to contemplate. I talk about kind of the Turing completeness of a creative expression, where once you've got a certain...
Yes. If you want to play deathmatch these days, Zandronum, which has effectively replaced Skulltag, is the deathmatch-centric source port and still active. If you want to play Mega Man 8-bit deathmatch, for example, you're only going to be able to play that on Zandronum. It's not really going to work on GZ Doom, to my knowledge. Which is funny because Cut Stuff, the guy behind Mega Man 8-bit deathmatch, went on to do corruption cards. And that's what we're talking about. Like, what I'm into right now is the randomizer for Doom. The corruption cards. I really, really like that. Let me see. Yeah. So, but yeah, Zandronum replaced Skulltag as the deathmatch centric kind of source port to do. Otimex, not a whole lot of people use that by comparison. It really seems like ZG Doom and Zandronum are the two like big titans of use cases. And then we get some of the more vanilla engines that are slowly rising up to replace ZG Doom in certain spaces. You can't do certain things in a more vanilla-centric engine, but, who cares, right? If a vanilla experience is what you're after, you're not going to find it in either Skulltag or Zandronum. Those are both, you're not going to find it in ZG Doom or Zandronum. Those are both based off of ZDoom, which, in itself, set out to not just be Doom, but be Quake, to add Quake functionality to Doom. That's ultimately what Z-Doom was. And so, yeah. It's interesting. But, yeah, Otimax doesn't have that many people using it right now, unfortunately, as far as I've been able to see. At least with the last time I looked. I may have been a low use time. But we'll see. Here we go. Let's move on.
Set of tools, and you can build.
What was I saying? Yeah. Before we move on, a cool thing is that like all of this is possible because the developers of Doom released their source code. The developer, like, after they made Quake, they released their source code. After they made Quake 2, they released their source code. Finally, Quake 3, they released their source code. And so I'm looking at this going, wow, this is really amazing. Let's see here. Vanilla, okay, that makes perfect sense. Usually when I'm jumping into deathmatch, I'm jumping into some kind of weird level pack or, like invasion mode or some other crazy thing. So, I look at the users and the user base there. OSS, let me see here. Open source releases, yeah. I'm looking at, yeah. Let's see. id Software has its own GitHub. Apparently, wow. Linux Doom. I'm looking at this like Linux Doom. Yeah, it's right there. IPX. This is the Doom source code. Yep, for non-profit use. Go figure. The bad news is it only compiles on Linux. Yeah, that was John Carmack from '97. That's funny. It only runs on Linux right now. That's the for non-commercial use. It's funny how non-commercial use has just kind of escalated, and we're now having commercial games being made in completely different things. Is open source different from free software? If you've ever heard FOSS, free open source software, that free part is a specific license, right? Free open source software is like open source software itself just means that you can access the source code, learn from it. There are no guarantees that you are allowed to use it in any public sense, right? But there are no guarantees. So every open source license is unto itself, right? And free open source software, on the other hand, has a kind of ethos where it's free, therefore you can use it for whatever you want. There are still restrictions on certain free open source softwares. For example, it's not public domain. You have to actually include, what do you call it? You have to actually include like credit to the original in many licenses. In others, you have to, in others, you have to do all kinds of things. Like, you may have to publish your changes, for example. You may be required to maintain your own published version of every change that you made to the original source code, for example. That is one of the more popular open source licenses. It depends. Like, things can be free open source software, that are fairly restrictive in their licensing, and they can just be open source where, hey, look at this and learn from it, and then get inspired by it, but don't use it, basically. It's very interesting. You said a lot of open source software is also paywalled. In certain, certain Amazon databases, well, certain Amazon software in general is paywalled. Oh boy, I'm gonna say have family members working with a certain nonprofit that uses Amazon software, and because they're doing this software development as a part of a nonprofit organization, they actually get like a huge discount on basically all the Amazon services. But it's still kind of nuts when you look at the original bill and then the subtraction and then the final price. It's like, oh wow, like I pity those people who are getting the original bill. Anyway, let's go.
Completeness of a creative expression where once you've got a certain set of tools, then you can build an unlimited number of things versus just more stuff that looks exactly the same.
Yep, and Doom's still being pushed even today, even with the original data structure.
Where am I from? I'm from a place where I went to sleep at like 5:30. I woke up. I got all my mandatory work for the day done, which basically isn't anything at all. And then I had breakfast at what, like 4 o'clock, and about 4 o'clock, and then I started streaming. So what about it? Anyway, see, you're making the mistake of thinking I'm a normal person and not a degenerate. If I have the opportunity to be not like, I'm naturally nocturnal, right? In other words, if left unchecked by external forces, I will stay up later and later and later until I am asleep at night. Sleep during the day and then awake at night. That is my natural state. And it's only thanks to my wife that I ever am awake during the day. That's she is the anchor that keeps me in the world of the living, as it were. Yes. Oh boy. Yeah. I was gonna say. Ooh, what we got here? All right. Let's go.
People are still hacking that data structure to do interesting things, which is pretty cool. I mean, I even did some new stuff with Sigil that I hadn't seen in any WADs. It's like it's up to it's like design can do this, and there's so much that the engine did already that people are still. I think that's one of the reasons why people are still making levels, because it's the easiest way to make something that looks great. Like if you want to get anything more complex than this, you're talking 10 times the work.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. The Doom. I mean, he released the Doom editor not long after Doom, so people started making levels, and it's been kind of crazy all the things that can be made in Doom levels, very very quickly. Hold on. Hold on. Someone's knocking on the door. So, imagine, if you will, a cat. The cat knocks on the door. Then you open the door. The cat looks at you, turns around and walks away. Cat just wanted the door opened. Didn't want to come in. Yeah. The cat literally gets on his back paws and slams against the door. Thump, thump, thump. Mm-hmm.
Usually.
Yeah, it really was a painful step function for the kind of people approaching the creative threshold with Quake, where it really was 10 times harder just to make something that looked decent versus Doom was at this really sweet spot of everybody could draw in this 2D view. And
Yes.
maybe we could have done a few more things, adding curves or something in the view, but it was just this bad step function going to full general 3D. It just made it not so much something everybody does just on a lark, but something you set out time to almost trace a career arc when you want to start building mods for the newer games.
Yep. That means it takes a really long time to use these engines today. Yep.
Well, I have to say, real quick, just as a player, I love that worked out. Whenever I would find a secret in Wolfenstein 3D, when I saw a chunk of the wall sliding back and hear that stone grinding on stone, I really felt like almost Indiana Jones, but with an SMG. Like that sense of accomplishment and discovery was so strong because
it's absolutely yeah. It made me run along all the walls in the first level, trying to hit the use key on it. Seriously, that time in Wolfenstein, seriously.
The best.
Yeah, and those are the core game design development things where you want to envision what the player feels there. And that was one of the great things for Wolfenstein, that sense of you get up there, you're running around, and then all of a sudden there is that slight movement on the screen and the grinding sound. And that is just like directly punching the reward button on the player.
Yep. It was funny. It was so funny how badly we knew we needed that too, because making the levels for Wolfenstein had to be the most boring level design job ever, because it was so simple. You know, there was some fun functionality with making the characters, you know, move in paths and stuff. But other than that, you know, Keen was actually more rewarding to make levels for. But when we got the secret walls, that was more that became a little bit more interesting to design.
A lot more interesting, yeah.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing actually, where with Doom we had lost the kind of pathing enemies functionality, and there was some interesting, you know, kind of emergent properties about how the level would play differently just based on how long you took in one place or another.
Yes.
Yep.
So, quick plug for John Romero, real quick. This plucky up.
So, what do you call it? Pathfinding got a little weird in Doom. That is to say, enemies would go up against the wall, and they move slightly to the side, and they try to go to you. They move slightly to the side, and then go to you. And repeat the process over and over and over. And that's how monsters pathfind in Doom. They're not very smart at all. Which is why that one Doom-like game that's on, there's a demo on Steam, they open-sourced a pathfinding AI algorithm for GZ Doom. So now mod makers and game designers are going to be able to make things in GZ Doom with actual pathfinding. Yeah. Give me a sec. I'll find the thingamabobber. Pathfinding. Let me see here. Looking for it. No, it's around here somewhere. And then give me a second. I'm looking for the actual thing there, because I was gonna say taking my time. Looking. All right. Wish list. I know it's here somewhere. I have it on my Steam wish list. Unfortunately, names go in one ear and out the other as far as wish-listed video games go. So it's one of those difficult things. Okay. Yields. Beyond Sunset. Yes. Let me grab their Twitter tweet. Here we go. There it is. Beyond Sunset.
We've made one of our key development tools open source.
Yes. They open sourced their pathfinding AI. And you can see the navigation mesh generator for GZ Doom. So now monsters will have proper nav meshing, and they'll know how to move around and avoid obstacles without slamming into walls to get around. And there's a GitHub for it, so you can just straight up download the files here. Yep, it's been open sourced. Ooh. Let me see here. Yeah, Beyond Sunset is it's apparently it's got a playable free demo, and it's also been released into early access. So if you are interested, it is it's the cyberpunk zombie game. See? Mm-hmm. Yeah, early access blacklisted. Ah, that's funny. Oh well. I have tons and tons of early access games wishlisted. Tons. I have like 150 games wishlisted. But it's a case of early access is a good way to let other people play games for me. And then I can see, oh, that looks good. I'll wishlist it, and some year it'll actually come out. You know, that's been my approach to early access. Is this is a game that other people have played for me to check out to see if it's good. Yeah, it looks good. I can't wait to play it eventually. No problem. I see. Oof. Oh no. Why does this exist? At least we've finished No Nostalgia Critic November, so that's fine. This was in the recommendations from the other tweet, and I'm like, why? Why do you do this social media algorithm? Ahem. Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, I'm not trying out every early access game there. Yeah. I'm not trying them. Other people are. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I think I understand. Okay. So, this is where the breakdown in communication is. I don't browse Steam at all. So it doesn't matter what's blacklisted or not, right? I receive my game recommendations from other sources, and then I wishlist them. So, no. I don't browse Steam at all. I get my game recommendations from social media and friends and Discord, you know, places like that. That's why I have over 150 games not blacklisted, but wishlisted that, you know, someday this will come out and I'll play it. But well, I mean, if you ask me about something here, let me look here on. Yeah, I looked at Dark Quest and I noticed that it was on sale for like 50% off, and I thought, wow, this my initial reaction to Dark Quest was, wow, this looks like a one of those token tile sets that a dungeon master uses for their D&D campaign. That was my reaction. I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. And I hadn't thought about it any more than that, but considering it's like $1.50 for the base game, and for the trilogy it's $11 dollars for the whole bundle there. Let me see. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. For the trilogy, $11 isn't bad. Let's have a look at number 3. Let's see what that looks like. Shut up. I'm looking at a trailer right now. That looks extremely different to the original. Oh. I'd be more inclined to play the original based on screenshots of the third one. Yeah, the second one looks more in line with the first. $5. Yeah, I think I'd just buy 1 and 2 and skip the third one based on just based on appearances, like sight unseen as far as actual gameplay. But the real answer is I'll go see someone playing it later and see what they think about it. For now, I'll add the first and the second one to the wish list, and that way it'll keep track of it. And if there's another sale, I'll probably buy the first one right now because it's $1.50. I mean, why not? All right, let's go. We're continuing here.
Upstart developer. Congratulations on the release of Sigil 2 today. I can't think of a more perfect occasion. Do you want to tell people real quick, if they haven't found it or played it yet, where they can find out more about Sigil 2?
Sigil 2, by the way, I've played. I have played Sigil 2 twice. Here's Sigil 2. I played it twice. And I've got to say that I enjoyed it. Yes. It's good. Good game. It's not the best Doom mod ever made, but who knows? Who knows? No, it's John Romero. It's authentically John Romero. I'll say that right now. I enjoyed it. All right. I was being sent a message that I don't care about. So let's go.
Yeah. So Sigil, we spell Sigil with 3 6s in the middle of it to make it shorter. It's si6il.com. Or if you just do a search for Doom Sigil, you'll find the page. And there's a MIDI version, and it's free. And then Jimmy Paddock did the MIDIs for it, like he did for Sigil 1, and he's a really great musician. And and then there's on the same page there's a link to get the MP3 version, which is made by Thor. Sigil 1 was Buckethead. Sigil 2 is Thor, who's a pretty new composer who's just like you're hearing it in the background here. And his stuff is really, really great. So you can go there and just choose whichever version you want. We also have big boxes, so you can actually buy a box again and for a game, and not just a little DVD, plastic case.
So interestingly enough, as far as Sigil 2 goes, hold on. Like, his box case is actually sold out. But let's open it up anyway and have a peek. So, Sigil 2. Yep, the pre-order is sold out. What a shame. Have a look at this thing. This is incredible. Can you imagine? Like, you get a floppy disk Yeah, it's not the shotgun sticker. I was looking at the more expensive one. Yeah, this one right here. Look at this. Look at this USB drive. It's a shotgun shell. That's so cute. But the idea is that it's a game box for sigil, and set of floppy you can't use. I mean, it's entirely up to you whether like if you have an external floppy drive. They have them USB now. You can order them online. Let's actually have a look at that. USB floppy drive Amazon. Here we go. $15 Amazon. Yes. Yeah, they make them. Yeah. Here, I'll pull up a screenshot. Bam. There you go. See, $15 array. Yep, and that's it. It's plug and play. No extra drivers required. Just plug the USB into your computadora. Yes. Okay.
So yeah, so we
You
still
know, it
kind of
is funny,
celebrate
like
that.
mentioning boxes there. Remember, like back in the days of Doom and everything, we had all the discussions about packaging, and it was so important how you sat on the game store shelves. And there was that whole bit about there were these big boxes that didn't store very well, but you were trying to push your competitors off the shelves and do
Yeah.
strange things there. And I remember at the time, again, one of the things I look back as not fully getting it, and I was saying we could just sell this in a brown paper bag and it'll still sell and it'll be fine.
Yeah, it is pretty cool that modern computers can still work with floppy drives. However, Windows still requires that every drive have a letter, meaning that if you run out of the 26 letters, you're gonna have issues adding new drives in Windows 10. I don't know if Windows 11 fixed it. Well, Windows 11 might be fine, but in Windows 10, if you want to have more than 26 drives, you're kind of screwed. Which, if you're using a lot of virtualization, is not hard to accomplish. Just get a new alphabet. Well, in Linux specifically, you can have as many as you want, depending on the distribution. I know KDE Neon just straight up lets you have as many drives as you want.
But of course, there is this whole optimization process to the marketing and presentation. And it's like something of sufficient value can succeed without it, but you might as well do a good job optimizing.
Drives can be mounted as directories in Windows Pro. Awesome. Great to hear. Thank you for that input. I'm glad. I'm glad that's a thing. I never want the user experience to be garbage. I just I kind of accept that it is most of the time. Let me see here. Anyway,
optimizing how your company and your business presents everything, and all that does matter. And that is kind of a lost era of some of the displays and things where of course now everybody gets it just online, and there's a lot to be said for it. It's net positive. There's more positives than negatives, but there are little bits of things that are lost from the bygone ages.
Yeah, especially games that used to have the cool little plastic pieces in it, like little glowing stones.
Both of the cloth maps were the thing that always stood out to me.
Yeah, cloth maps. I freaking love games that have maps. There's a reason why I've got like the Iliac Bay, Vardenfell, Cyrodiil, and Skyrim kind of just on a big poster board like attached to my wall. And that's because I just freaking love game maps in general. I'm not even that attached to Tamriel, honestly. Like, give me a map of the Sword Coast or whatever. I'll be happy. Like, seriously, I love it when games come with little bits and bobs. Bits and bobs. Let me look over here for a second. I might have a thing like peek back here. Damn, there's a lot of stuff back here. I was looking for a very specific thing that my ring like halfway slipped off, and I found a lot of nothing. What a shame. No, there was a I have a steel case that should contain what do you call it? It should contain the manual to Prey and a little like pewter figurine of the main character of Prey with his gun. And I don't mean Bethesda's Prey. I mean the original one, where you play as a Native American who kills aliens with spiritual powers. It's a freaking great game. Arcane dissolved after Prey, by the way. They didn't want to call it Prey. And right after Prey, they said, okay, you guys are going to make a live service. And the Prey, the what do you call it? It's going to be called Redfall. So, yeah, the 75% of Arcane's people left the company. That's why everyone who's like, I can't wait for Arcane to go back to their roots and make a new game called to make a new game called Dishonored 3. And it's like, the people are gone. The people who made Dishonored great are gone. They will never make another Dishonored again. Not with that quality. Doom on Steam for $5. Yeah, I can download the old the what do you call it, old Prey off of Steam because I own it. But yeah, let me see. Doom GOG. Let me check GOG real quick because Good Old Games is the best place to get Doom. Let me see. Yeah, Doom is currently, if you don't want DRM, anything like that, you can grab Doom on Good Old Games, and but let me look at the mega pack. I'm curious. There's Doom 2, and Final Doom. So those are the versions. Oh, Doom 2 is currently $2 on GOG. Yeah, Doom 2 is $1.99 right now. It's on sale at the moment. Let me look up Final Doom real quick. Final Doom. Looks like GOG only has Doom 2, and Doom 64. What a shame. Is that the same Doom that's on Steam? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. The idea is that, yeah, there's no Final Doom in there. You said Doom 64 is worth the $1.64 that they're charging for right now? Cool. But, what was I saying? Okay, so the trick to buying Doom on either Steam or GOG is you buy the game itself, then you find the doom.wad file, and you take it out. Then you go to GZ Doom, which I'll link this here. What do you call it? Or one of many other source ports. I'm just suggesting GZ Doom for a like assuming you don't know any other ports. So I'm linking that there, and that'll run Doom much better than the vanilla DOSBox shenanigans that you'll try to run. Yeah, the Bethesda stuff. Yeah, don't open the Bethesda version. Run GZ Doom instead. Let's see. if you are inspired to play multiplayer, like, try Zandronum. But what do you call it? There are, I forgot what the loader was for Zandronum, like the server browser. Ah, well. Anyway, point is, look for it, find it, good. All right, let's continue.
As the
Yeah.
ultimate paladin.
I actually have a signed Ultima 2 map on the wall behind me.
Oh shit!
Because those cloth maps are awesome, and so were all
Yeah.
they called them feelies or tchotchkes or trinkets or whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
But those were the coolest ones, and also just like the books that were in there that made those boxes really heavy. It's like,
Yeah.
there's a reason why there's a box, and then it just like everything became digital. So now, like when we put out a box, we actually try and put stuff back into it.
It's yeah. I was gonna say, nowadays, John Romero has what do you call it? He has boxes just for the sake of having boxes, and nothing else. You don't have to have the box. Oof. Thing is dusty as hell. Metroid Dread. Want to see what's in the box, everybody? Want to see what's in the box? This is where the SD card goes for the game. That's it. There's a space here for like a manual or like a printout, an insert. But yeah, that's it. That's the box for Metroid Dread. Speaking of boxes, I have a box of Boo Berry from Halloween that I've never finished. It is sealed, the bag inside, but yeah, it's from Halloween. Of course, what does that compare to Count Chocula? Yes. There you go, boxes. Oh boy. You know what, another box that I've seen? Give me a sec. I gotta like step over the camera practically. This is a 1,000-piece puzzle. Hyrule map. 1,000-piece puzzle. One of these years, I'm gonna have it on my wall. Not right now, but yeah, map of Hyrule puzzle. I'll adhere it to poster board and put it on my wall at some point. All right. What is this?
Like fill it up with more stuff, just because it's for collectors.
How that went, where back in the old days, we would think about how nobody reads the manuals, but now that games are super sophisticated, and I look at things like Diablo or Minecraft or things like that, and it's like, how do people learn everything about this game? They have to trawl it off of YouTube and figure out different things there. Where in the old days, we had these games that were tens or hundreds of kilobytes in some cases with like.
Hold on, you're talking about 400-page manual? Hold on, I'm going to type in, okay, I'm going to Google, TIE Fighter controls. Okay, I'm going to go to TIE Fighter controls, and then let's have a peek. Let me see here. So, this is perfectly normal flight, right? It's no problem here. Oh no. Let's see. There. I got it. You're ready to use Alt M, Alt S, Alt T, Alt E. Yeah, it's great. It's just see Shift E, Shift I, Shift T. Yeah. It's great. Just perfect. Yep. This is glorious. Okay. Mm-hmm. Romancing Saga 3. Forgot to include the manual. Oh, no. Yeah. Might need a bigger keyboard. Yeah, your a laptop keyboard may not work for TIE Fighter. Alright, let's see here. Let's go.
Fat old instruction manual in it, like the wizardry instruction manual or something. It's funny how that's gone.
Yep. Yeah, actually multiple manuals. If you look at Ultima like 5 or 4, they had like 4 different books in there for different things like the magic spells and stuff. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, Shadow of Cerberus had 2 books, a technical book and then a general book for where the actual like character classes and skills and stuff.
So we're seeing your questions, and I'm going to pluck a really good one from there, and I'll direct this first at John Carmack. Graphics have come a very long way, but what do you think about enemy AI and where that will go in the next, or where it could go in the next 5 to 10 years?
So that's something that we did talk about it a lot in the days where we could have made enemies a lot smarter, even with the constraints that we had back then, but it is not as good of an idea as a lot of people might think, because the world has to feel like it revolves around the player for the types of games that we're doing. I mean, there's something to be said for games where you're exploring a world that exists with or without you.
Yeah, I mean, look at Dwarf Fortress or what's that game that's the title sounds like it's supposed to be a samurai game, but it isn't? Kenshi. Yeah, Kenshi. Kenshi is an example of a game like Mountain Blade. Mountain Blade, Dwarf Fortress, Kenshi, games like that exist regardless of the player. In theory, if you had no players left to control, you would the game would still keep going, and it would still keep calculating occurrences, but and you know, goings on between NPCs without your presence. Okay.
But the enemies are mostly there to have an effect on the player, not to efficiently do something and not to go about their lives.
Yeah.
And, you know, I mean, Doom did get knocked for the enemy closets and things like that, where you're basically just throwing an enemy out at the player. But
monster closets weren't really a problem in Doom 1 and 2. They were awful in Doom 3. Doom 3 was atmospheric. Doom 3 was, I'd say, an experience. But the monster closets were atrocious in Doom 3. Absolutely terrible.
But I'm
No, Dark Souls doesn't work that way at all. Dark Souls, when the player dies, everything resets other than in your souls there. I'm trying to think, like, no, you sit down at a bonfire, the entire world resets. All of the the entire world just kind of revolves around you and your actions. No. Dark Souls is not an example of a simulation type game like Mountain Blade or Kenshi or Dwarf Fortress. Not even a little bit. Maybe in terms of lore, yes, but lore is not what we're talking about. We're talking about functionality. We're not talking about the plot lines. We're not talking about the backstory. We're not talking about that. We're talking about functionally how the world works. As in, if you, the player, die right now in any of those games I just mentioned, and you don't hit the restart button, you can still see the NPCs interacting with each other. and going on there. Like, the world does not revolve around you, functionally speaking, right? Like, you know, in Dark Souls, the way the fog wall opens, like, appears after you've been ambushed by a boss, and it stays that way for the rest of the game because until you kill the boss, right? That is a function of the world responding to you. However, in Mountain Blade, if you went into Siege a Keep and you sieged that keep successfully, new people will populate that keep, and then the keep will keep existing regardless of whether or not you successfully sieged it. In fact, what'll end up happening is different people will end up conquering that keep while you aren't there. So the second time you revisit that keep, the simulation has been playing out, and warlords have taken and lost that keep. A history has built up while you are physically playing the game, to the point where until you go revisit that keep, you have no idea who owns it at this point, because the world has been moving without the player's involvement. It's not that there was a backstory, per se, but rather there is an ongoing story that plays out with or without the player's involvement. It's more of a simulation. That's what we're talking about. So, Kenshi, Mountain Blade, and Dwarf Fortress all do these extremely well. Where, like, the NPCs will have lives, and they will go about their daily lives without the player's intervention. That's what we're trying to say. I'm gonna back this up slightly. Here we go.
Their lives.
Yes, there is no game over screen in Kenshi. Any character that you can control, you can switch to after your character dies. If all of your characters die, all the ones you can control, then that's it. You're stuck spectating a world that is going on without you in Kenshi. It's true. Like, but the game doesn't just stop because you're dead in Kenshi. It keeps going. Like, the nations will fight each other. You know, the Fogmen will attack regardless. The Holy Nation will harass people for, you know, not conforming to their religion. And the different, like, all of the different permutations that go on will keep going on even after you're dead, assuming you don't close the game. It's crazy. But let me back this up a couple more and we'll listen.
People might think, because the world has to feel like it revolves around the player for the types of games that we're doing. I mean, there's some.
You see, for the types of games that they're doing, in other words, like Dark Souls, for instance, you would you would go into an area, and then the asylum demon jumps down. Well, that is a moment that is scripted for the player's benefit. You know, like, if Dark Souls were more like these other games we're talking about, then an NPC might go into that room, the asylum demon might kill them, eat them, and then you walk in and you see that another NPC, someone else in the asylum, is being eaten by the asylum demon in real time. That would be an example. Anyway,
something to be said for games where you're exploring a world that exists with or without you, but the enemies are mostly there to have an effect on the player.
That's
not
right.
To efficiently do something and not to go about their lives. And
yeah, so a monster closet. All right, so a monster closet is a room that is closed to the player's perception. And then when the player steps over an invisible trigger, hits a button, opens a door, flips a switch, grabs an item, does whatever, the door will open and all the monsters will see the player and charge at the player. The player is not aware that those monsters exist from behind the door or the wall or whatever that's opening, right? So when you you basically get ambushed from out of nowhere. And that's what Doom is famous for in its level design, are these monster closets where a bunch of monsters are all crammed into a little space waiting for the player. Player hits the button, and suddenly they're being ambushed by a bunch of monsters. Like, the monsters aren't going about their lives, doing things. Their sole purpose is to wait there to ambush the player. It's a very scripted sequence, in the same way that Dark Souls is very scripted, and other games like it.
I mean, Doom did get knocked for the enemy closets and things like that, where you're basically just throwing an enemy out at the player.
Mm-hmm.
But for the types of games that we were doing, you don't really want particularly smart enemies. You don't want them to do pathologically dumb-looking things that break the player's kind of immersion in something. But you do not really want them taking a hiding spot, flanking the player, and sniping them from behind.
Can you imagine that, though? I mean, this is Todd Howard's. Todd Howard actually said at one point that what do you call it? Todd Howard said that you want monsters to be just strong enough to get killed by players and make it satisfying. That's what they said, or what Todd Howard said specifically. Yes, Cyberdemon with solid snake levels of sneak. Well, remember the Cyberdemon fight in Doom 2016? It's why Cyberdemons in Doom Eternal are called tyrants now. It's because they took the conventional Cyberdemon, they turned it into something completely different, where you have to like jump, duck, left, right, jump, duck. You're practically playing Toho in your Doom game, going, what the fuck is all this? And that's it. That is a quote unquote smarter enemy. Not smart enough though. You can still learn its patterns and you can still defeat it, Mega Man style. But imagine a truly adaptable enemy, one that is goal oriented, that will defeat you unless you trick it, and you need to learn to trick it through countless deaths and failures. You're not entitled to a victory in a game like that, because the AI is constantly trying to defeat you. Dungeon crawler titled Iterative Odyssey. As you are going through the dungeon, an enemy called a foe appears, right? And that foe will begin traversing the dungeon just like you did. Except, that foe, when it reaches you, by the way, it moves while you're in menus. It moves when you're in like turn-based combat with enemies. It's always on the move. So when it eventually reaches your position, and if you're in combat, it will join the enemy's side in the combat against you, and will be much, much stronger than any enemies on the level. In other words, you have to keep moving all the time. You have to make your combat short and efficient in order to stay ahead of the foe. That's that is an enemy that is unfair and has a level of pathfinding AI that normal monsters don't. Normal monsters and even normal bosses sit in their room in the dungeon. It's a grid-based dungeon, right? They sit in their room waiting for the player to initiate, like Dark Souls. Like the Dark Souls boss room. They sit there and they wait. The foe is chasing you the entire game, basically. Well, after you've been on a floor long enough. But the point is, you get a little bit of a head start, then the foe spawns and starts tracking you. And it is stressful as hell for some players. having this enemy that is relentlessly hunting them while they're going about the normal game. For other people, it's a rush. It's super fun, and sometimes the stress is fun. But he said, enemy should not be stronger than you. That's not fair game. Maybe it isn't fair, but maybe you get stronger, you avoid it until you become strong enough to kill it, or really to outplay it with strategy. Remember, there are weaknesses and strengths, and you can take advantage of a weakness in order to overcome an inherently stronger foe, instead of just trying to smack at the enemy with your dumbstick. Yes. Let's see here. Anyway, that's all I'm saying, is that games are inherently unfair very often, especially RPGs. You can't, for the most part, outskill certain enemies that need to be that you need to brute force with levels, but some you can. It comes down to what kind of game you're playing. And there is no universal should or should not when it comes to game design. Emil Pagliarulo's Keep It Simple, Stupid sounds great with a game like Doom, for instance. Not an RPG, mind you, but a good game like Doom. Yes. All right. Anyway, let's get going.
That's not the enjoyable thing. Some people do enjoy that. Like, okay, I'm going to take this hardest hardcore thing that you're throwing at me, but most people want to go in and Rambo their way through everything, and that doesn't take a whole lot of intelligence with the enemies. Now, we are approaching a new era with the way the artificial intelligence stuff is going right now, where the world of actual deep characters is going to be very different than it's been in the past years, where you can create something today that does have entire deep backstories that will, for certain types of games, be very transformative. But I did always fight against doing a lot of depth to things, because we were so constrained on the resources that we could put into this. It was a very small team, and a lot of times this option to do something more sophisticated or deeper, nowadays you look at something like Diablo, or one of the great things where they just have enough resources and enough people, they can add depth to lots of things. But our tiny little team, if we went super deep on something, it would not have been the best use of all of our time, because
True.
we had to be thinking about anything we do. We want to make sure that most of the people playing the game actually get to experience. We don't want to just do something that only a handful of people would go through. And like, that was one of the things that John and I did always used to kind of argue about class-based mechanics. And obviously in the modern world, you've got the time to do all that. It adds a lot to it. But, in the early days, I was always afraid that, well, if you spend a lot of time building 4 or 6 or 8 different classes, then that's going to be a lot of work that most of the people that play through the games won't see it. And can't we?
Yeah. So, class-based systems. Hexen is a good example of a Doom-like that uses classes. And, like, at the end of the day, you need to design your encounters in a way that can be completed with any of the classes that exist in the game, despite their, different play styles. And that's a little questionable, honestly, in terms of where you put your design, your design, we call resources. If you're making a full-on RPG where you have a certain number of systems that interact with each other, then yeah, that's fine. But when it's something that is more stat-based, like a classic RPG, things get complicated when you have, a bunch of different classes, and you allow players to say, like in Final Fantasy 1, you allow everyone to be a white you have a group of 4 white mages, and you just scratch your head going, why did the player choose to start the game with 4 white mages? Why would they do this? Why? But yeah, it comes down to do you allow your game to be uncompletable when a bullheaded player refuses to take advantage of certain aspects of it, right? And are you properly guiding the player toward the correct decisions that will maximize their effectiveness, right? So games that allow, like I was playing Path of Exile the other day, and I'm super happy I did, because this league was fun. But Path of Exile is a game that allows you to create a character that through your incorrect choices will be incapable of completing the campaign. Absolutely like incapable. Most players who sit down and they look at the skill tree, their eyes gloss over and they quit the game. The developers have been asked multiple times by different people, can't you simplify this, or deliver it to players in stages, so on and so forth? And every time they've said no. We refuse to ambush players with complexity later. We don't want a player to sit down, look at the game and go, "Oh, this is easy." And then, after about 20, 30 hours, ambush them with complexity. Then they go, "I don't want to play this game anymore." And they feel like they've wasted that 20, 30 hours, right? Other companies would go, we'll hit them with what do you call it? We'll hit them with sunk cost fallacy, sunk time fallacy, so that they will keep playing it, right? And so yeah, those people who make Path of Exile absolutely are A-okay with players being filtered at the beginning of the game. And what I'm trying to say is that from a design standpoint, imagine you make 4 classes that play extremely different to one another, and then you have to make sure every encounter you make, which is skill-based, not stat-based, every single one of those have to be able to clear every single boss fight or every single combat challenge. Player skill has to be able to take advantage of, all 4 of those classes need to be equipped properly to be able to overcome those encounters. And it's not that big a deal. When you have something simple, like, Hexen, for example. Hexen's a difficult game, but you have decent ways of dealing damage, and you do get upgrades as you go, so other weapons and stuff that will allow you to basically accomplish any, anything you what do you call it, run into. But it's still a thought that anytime you specialize in something, players aren't going to, a single player is going to play a game once with their chosen class. Dragon Age Origins is a great example of this, where you might choose to play a 2-handed warrior who forgoes stamina in favor of reserving that stamina for buffs, whereas another player is going to go with a mage, and that mage can never reserve anything at all because that's what they're going to be using as their primary resource all the time. So you kind of compare the two, and you say, why are we spending all this time working on a specific system that most players won't experience? In other words, look at it like if you were to pick a two-handed, call it a standard warrior, then they're not going to see any mage content. If you pick whichever origin you choose, you're basically making content that most players will not see. And so you have to argue for that a lot, because it is seen by people like Carmack as wasted resources. And that's why something like when you're a tiny little team, like the people who made Doom, it makes sense to just make one really good focused experience where you don't have, oh well, I'm going to play a grenadier versus a what do you call it, versus a pugilist. Like, can you imagine like Doom with RPG classes? Well, you can, because you can play mods that have them, Guncaster and things like that. But unless you're a crazy person like me, you're not going to replay it again and again and again with the different classes. You're gonna play it once. You'll be like, "Damn, that was a fun game. Okay, now I'm done." And so, all I'm saying is, when it comes to a small team or an indie team, it is usually better to focus on a single, really cohesive experience. And when you have a mid-sized development studio, something like Larian, for instance, where you get the big money behind you, and from all your Divinity money, then you can actually waste time making alternate experiences. Now you may think that isn't a waste. Though, like, Baldur's Gate 3 is a great video game, and like, I love all those alternate experiences. I play it 3 or 4 times, people will say. Not me, I haven't played it yet, but other people will say that. I know, because a lady who I have been playing games with since the 90s, she has played Baldur's Gate 3 3 times all the way through now with different characters. What was I saying? Yeah. So, as far as the what do you call it? Artistic value against commercial value. Correct. That's basically what I was getting at. Was you may not have sufficient resources to bring that level of artistic value into a game. It's why most really good indie games still use like pixel art and stuff like that. You don't use pixel art if you're a lazy developer, people will say. And then like, instead, so the people who don't use pixel art instead use low grade 3D, right? What kind of 3D artists you can hire on a non-existent budget is practically nothing, right? So with your meager Blender skills, you make some low fidelity 3D models, and they look a lot worse than pixel art as a result. 3D is not automatically better than 2D. 3D is only better than 2D if it can reach a level of fidelity that is higher than its 2D counterpart. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. No, we'll just use AI art. Oh no, we're gonna be talking about AI art later, assuming the stream doesn't end before then. I think AI, like, we're gonna, there's something in the Doom community that AI art has been discussed, but that'll be after this. So anyway, you said, what about 3D Minecraft graphics? Yes, 3D Minecraft graphics are what I refer to as low fidelity 3D. When you're Notch, and Notch has absolutely no artistic training whatsoever, he makes the lowest grade 3D you can possibly have in terms of his 3D models and stuff, and that's a-okay with me. Like, Minecraft is a fun game to play. It's just it looks kind of ugly. But that is part of its intended design. The 3D models are to feel like they belong in the same world where the terrain is also made of blocks. Yes. Shader mods. Yes, indeed. Okay, let's get going.
we just find something else to do that everybody's going to get some value out of. And so, yeah, the AI stuff is definitely, it's the future, but back then, I think we did the right calls.
Yeah, in fact, even games today having AI that easy is totally preferable to players. You know, there's some games that will add drones in as a target, and people hate that because they move all over the place, and it's like it's hard to aim. You know, people want to be able to aim at stuff. Having more of something dumb is more preferable to having one super smart AI. So yeah, I think people are still trying to push the envelope on having smarter enemies, and it's always like, well, that's too smart. People want to turn it off. So I think we made the right decision in Doom having enemies that moved at the speed that they did, which was typically pretty slow. But we just had huge numbers of them, and that was more interesting because they had to be more strategic.
Yes.
And that was something that we had to struggle back and forth as technology improved, where the enemy count went down a lot in Quake, and the game was, less fun in some ways because of that. We had to try to crutch up for it there because, of course, what you really wanted was that same walking into a room and mowing down complete hordes.
I mean, I guess, it makes sense. It really does. Oh, what do you call it? In Quake, there are less enemies, for the most part, but the enemies are generally stronger than they are in Doom, and they are more readily able to hit you. For example, an ogre and his grenade is far more unpredictable and difficult to avoid than an imp's fireball. You said you feel like your existence as a player is being denied by this dude. Which dude? What are you talking about? There's like 3 dudes in the stream here, and then there's I guess I'm not a dude, I suppose. Man, dude, bro, mate, prololol. All right, let's see. But yeah. So it is interesting nonetheless to look at this whole, like, how Quake kind of downsized the number of enemies. There are still monster closets in Quake, all the way to I want to say the second level. The second level straight up has monster closets. So it's interesting to think about, like, how later levels, sorry, not later levels so much, but mod-made levels specifically have tons of extra monsters. I haven't played Arcane Dimensions, but yeah. I don't know. It's something to think about, I guess, how we use monsters in different different Doom maps, things like that. Every time they teleport a shambler in after hitting a key switch is a monster closet. Correct. It's interesting too because Doom has those same style monster closets, the teleporting ones. And what they do is they aggro the monsters inside of, like, a box outside of the level. And then because the monsters have been aggroed, they move toward the player, but they're actually moving toward a teleporter, like a teleport line that's bringing them into the level. And that's from the player's perspective, these monsters are just spawning in from nowhere, when in fact they're in this little box floating outside the level that just gets alerted to the player based on a trigger. It's kind of funny.
Of enemies.
Yep.
So you two are often referred to as the Lennon and McCartney of video games. John Romero, I'll start with you. Why do you think that is?
Well, Lennon and McCartney were a really great creative team that made really popular music that everybody liked, and I think a lot of our early games were very well liked, because I think that we had, there was push and pull on the creative side and the tech side. We don't want to take forever writing something that writing tech that would have been not optimal for what we were going for. And I think that a lot of our games focused on speed as like the goal when we started getting into 3D.
I mean, how fast Doom Guy goes compared to other games. And in Quake or Half-Life, you have to bunny hop in order to achieve Doom Guy's base speed.
Started focusing on what is the thing that we can do really well that other people can't, and it was just John's technical mastery over VGA's Chain 4 mode, and just writing a design, making a game design around that speed, and making something that was just increasingly more fun with each game. And so I think we both did what we did in the service of making a really great game, and I think we also spoke the same language, because I'm also programmed. So it's like when you have a designer that can speak code, it is a lot easier to know what you need to compromise on, instead of coming up with a very unrealistic idea for a design thing that a lot of times the designers don't know what can be done, or even a simple feature could be hugely complex, but change a couple words and it's like, oh, we can do that right now.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because you can have a monster, for example. You could have that monster explode into pieces, right? That's not difficult. You can have complex interactions where one NPC jumps on top of another and, will springboard off of another, right? No problem. But taking an item physically in the world, in your character's hand, handing it to another NPC, having that other NPC take the item seamlessly, without it teleporting from one NPC to another, seamlessly, without it cutting the camera away. And then having that other NPC use that item without having it disappear or reappear or anything like that. That is almost impossible. It is possible. It's just that from the standpoint of development, like things that seem like they should be very, very complex can be extremely simple. And something very simple like taking an item, handing it to somebody else, and having them use it is super complex, to the point where almost everyone universally will have their NPC hold the item and hand it off screen to the other NPC, who will then have that item, through a camera transition. Because what it's actually doing is the item is disappearing off of your screen, and it's appearing on their on their model. It's teleporting essentially, but it's being coordinating animations is a pain, yes. And that's what I'm saying, is that something that seems super simple, like handing an item to another person, like without using tricks to not really do it, but make you think they did it, it is one of the most difficult things to design in a video game. What should be simple, I'm saying. Anyway, let's go.
It's like, unless So I think it's just that we both worked really well, because we knew how to do our jobs pretty well, and work together and make the right decisions.
That's why doors are almost always automatic doors in games. No one grabs the doorknob. I can think... I remember there was one game where you'd grab the doorknob, but even then it didn't really perform the animation statically. Thinking about this. No, not even.
Yeah, and so I'm not really a music guy, so forgive me if I butcher this, but I did smile when I read some about the early history of the Beatles, about how they might have looked like a blow-up success, but they went through this long grinding period of mastering their craft, playing live. And that was, I think, some of the most valuable part of our early time, where, we cranked out all these games at Softdisk, the monthly subscription software. We went through so many iterations, and this idea of you don't start out just with the perfect world-changing breakout thing there. You grind through a whole lot of process,
Yep.
and you learn a whole lot while you're doing it. Now, of course, the Beatles analogy there. We were probably the first sort of rock star game developers thing, and it was like this novel new thing. And Romero leaned into it a bit, and it was it was a thing that the world was fascinated with. This video games were no longer just this Atari 2600 that you plugged into your TV. It was something.
You said you grab doorknobs in horror games? Yes, but the actual like animation of grabbing the actual like seeing in first person your character grabbing it and having the hand tethered to the doorknob is very, very difficult to accomplish, and usually causes major issues as a result. Let me see here. Still messing with something. Okay. We're good. Let's go.
Something that all of a sudden actually looked cool enough for mainstream press to be talking about. And anytime the mainstream press is going to kind of turn the eye of Sauron on you, there's going to be the focus on the interpersonal drama and figuring out everything else that they can do to kind of make an interesting or exciting story about it. I think that it was almost inevitable, and we were there at the right time. Right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just, anecdotal, for me as a player, I remember,
you've seen some cutscenes and non-interactive animations, but never real time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that there are usually uninterruptible animation. You're correct. It's been baked, a baked animation as opposed to a dynamic one. It's when you know that the character is lined up perfectly, that and it does it won't interrupt halfway where your noodle arm is dangling on it. So many things can go horribly wrong if you give the player control during an animation like that. It's very interesting. But no, the thing I was talking about specifically was the handing of one item to another. Like that is not the same as opening a doorknob. It's still very difficult in terms of development resources for very little output compared to just, having the item disappear from one person's hand and appear in the other using a quick camera fade trick or camera angles, things like that. All right, let's see here. Okay.
Reading magazines like Nintendo Power, which is obviously very insular, but they would always talk about like companies like Konami's Ninja Turtles or Nintendo's Mario. But I remember it was you two and maybe Ed Boon and John Tobias were the first time I kind of realized, the people associated with the games. You hadn't really seen links like that before, especially on magazines. Your names were on the magazines rather than just.
That is an interesting point. Atari forbid its developers from being credited in their games. An Atari game was an Atari experience. And so when you put the game in, you got the logo, it said it's an Atari game, and then you hit the single button. I was going to say the start button, but just the button, and suddenly you were in the game, and that was it. There was one adventure game, I forgot what it was called, but if you found a secret room, you can find the developer's name in there, hidden in the secret room. And that is technically in violation of what the company wanted, but the developers were pissed at Atari by that point. Yes. It was called Adventure? Yeah. That sounds about right. Point is that, it was an adventure game, and he hid his name in a secret room where you know, he managed to actually get his name into the game, as opposed to, you know, all the other Atari games where you weren't given credit. You know, in the games industry, proper attribution is still really, really fucked. Like, people think Todd Howard was the driving force behind Morrowind because he was credited as director, you know? When in fact, like, Ken Ralston and several of the other people, you know, like, Ken Ralston was more or less doing the job of director under his position of, like, creative lead, right? And there are so many people who are under the impression, you know, like, that certain people did certain things in games, or worse off, that people don't, like, have any idea who worked on certain games. It's really nuts how the developers, like, how developers in general are either miscredited or not credited at all. There are a lot of companies where if you weren't with the project for more than 30%, you don't get in the credits, period. Things like that. It's like, it doesn't matter if you programmed in a core system that everyone uses. You were there for less than 30% of the development time, get the fuck out. No credits for you. You know, there are a lot of companies that are crazy like that. Point is that, like, even in its heyday, Bethesda wasn't good at crediting people. And it's very much a mystery who worked on which parts of the game until, you know, you get an interview years later. Unfortunately, because of, like, Morrowind didn't have non-disclosure agreements the way normal games do these days. But these days, if you talk about something afterward, like, they'll say, oh, well, you broke your NDA, we're gonna blacklist you from the industry. Look at this guy, he breaks NDAs, you can't trust him, you know. That happens a lot, and where, you know, people are terrified of talking about their experiences working on a game because they, in order to even get an interview with that company, they had to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Yeah, if you wanted to work for Bethesda, I don't know how they function now under Microsoft, but, like, during the ZeniMax heyday, you know, the Skyrim / Fallout 4 era, if you wanted to get an interview at the company, you had to sign a non-disclosure agreement before you even started the interview, meaning that you couldn't tell other people about the interview questions or what was expected of you, or your, you know, like what kind of salary offer you got. All of that stuff was covered under the NDA. Yeah, it's really screwed. Let me see here. Big part of why you don't like the game advertisements by Jeff Keighley, the Dorito Pope. Producers and directors patting each other on the back for whipping people hard enough. Yes, that's correct. That is absolutely correct. Anyway, let's see.
Just the studio as this kind of amorphous entity almost.
Well, I do still remember that classic Electronic Arts advertisement in the late 80s. That was even, you know, kind of before our time when they first put the developers front and center. And
yeah. I am under several NDAs right now. And the only one I can, like, really tell you about without that is relevant to my YouTubing is Wayward Realms, for example. I agreed not to talk about anything I learned during the early days of Wayward Realms development, when they were sourcing all this information and we were having discussions with the developers. That's why, you know, people ask me, what do you think about Wayward Realms? And I have to say, like, it's going to take a long time to make because it's an indie game that isn't funded, but I'm looking forward to it. That's basically all I can say. I'm looking forward to it. All right, let's see here. All right, let's get going. But yes. Developers were treated like rock stars for a while, though. This is a problem with what do you call it? This is a problem with like Blizzard specifically. Blizzard developers were treated like they were quote unquote rock stars, right? And so it went to some of their heads. Not the people I talked to, right? The people in my friend group who were a part of the Kali service back in Warcraft 2, like and then moved on over to World of Warcraft, and that became like our game for years. That friend group was overwhelmingly like nice. They were good people. There was like one dude who I found out later was what was a bad guy, but he didn't show it in any of our like conversations online. We were using you know, what do you call it? IRC, Ventrilo, you know, stuff like that back in the day. And he was overall a nice guy when dealing with us. So we only found out later that he was, you know, real asshole. Because, you know, there's being an asshole in the game, which is something I did. You know, I'd gank people for the lulz. And then there's being an actual asshole out of the game, you know, where you are undermining other people's happiness and such, right? Like where you're actively trying to hurt people on an emotional level, right? Outside of the game, you got an agenda and you're a terrible person. That's what I'm talking about as far as like he was up to some really bad shit in and out of the company. And I didn't know that until like long after he had left our friend group. And it was crazy. But what I'm trying to say is that Blizzard told these people that basically you guys are rock stars, right? You know, you're the big names behind Warcraft and Diablo and such. So noting that they ignored the Blizzard North people and treated them like shit. I unfortunately had a negative experience with the Blizzard North people in the sense that like after they left the company and they were working on Hellgate London, I told them flat out, look, I've made better games in Quake, like in Quake's Worldcraft editor. I've made better levels. Please, reconsider releasing this game. Its levels are bad. I, an amateur, a not real game developer, just a dude playing around, have done better levels. Please reconsider. Yeah, and that feedback was too late, much too late. They brought me in the testing afterward. Yes, I all of my playing around in the sewer simulator, something like that, but flat sewer simulator, flat sewer. That's an important distinction, right? Oof, major oof. Anyway. Let's see here. Anyway, all I'm trying to say is that, like, they told, like, outside of Blizzard North, because they didn't treat those guys well, they told the people behind Warcraft, specifically, like, World of Warcraft, that you guys are rock stars. You can basically do whatever you want, and so, let me see. Let me see here. So, keep in mind that this was before Bill Cosby was outed as a special person. This was before. This was just them being you know, like shit posting in real life, okay? Because Cosby was the source of many shit posts at the time. But this is something that was innocuous at the time, but aged like milk. You know, sour breast milk. Yeah. It was innocuous at the time. It's just that, like, things like that, like the quote unquote frat boy mentality, you know, just we're all gamers here, who gives a shit, lol. Let's do some shit posts at BlizzCon. You know, that was it. That is a good way to explain how it manifested eventually in terms of public consciousness. This, it looks much worse than it was, but knowing the other shit that went on at the time, my god. My god. Let me see here. Okay. Anyway, all I'm saying is telling people that you know, you are a rock star because you've done so much, and, you know, like, you're like, so many fans look up to you. That can be dangerous, right? Like, that, you know, you inflate their ego, and it can cause some rather bad reactions in terms of what do you call it? It can they say that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's more that power reveals. People who have power will seek to do the things they always wanted to do but could never get away with it. And in that case, due to these game developers, these antisocial nerds, right? Being a, I guess I'm a little bit more sociable, but being a nerd at the very least. I know definitely would not recommend getting too fat of a head. For the antisocial ones, the ones who don't have a whole lot of experience outside of their, you know, work, they get power over others because others are willing to indulge them because, oh my god, this is my hero, this is my idol. Do not worship people online. Don't do it. Don't. No, everyone is irrevocably human, and we'll have something that they hide from others that, when revealed, will shatter your opinion of them. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that the developers got too comfortable, and then they there's the meme there. Yeah, this is the Sean. I'm using this for Sean Murray a lot right now, because Sean Murray's been getting a fat head with the last, not the last campfire, but the Light No Fire, right? I mean, I'm looking forward to Light No Fire. I really am. However, every time I see Sean Murray talk about it, this meme here is what I use. But yeah, do not worship people. Correct. Absolutely not. Do not put people on a pedestal, because they all have flaws. They're all human, right? Anyway, what I'm saying is that so what Japanese cartoon is? I don't fucking know. I just know that it's a good meme there. Yeah. Sean's been showing his face in public, and he's been talking about shit. Sean learned nothing from the No Man's Sky release, it looks like. Yeah, Sean is super proud of himself now. Like, he's pulled No Man's Sky out of the pit it was in, and he's showing it off. There are people who will never be satisfied with No Man's Sky, by the way, because they were looking for a space epic, a space opera, whatever, and they're not going to get that ever, right? They're not going to get anything too complex. They're going, like, No Man's Sky is, at the end of the day, a very, very simple space sim. Not a its space sim elements are very, it goes away from simulation and goes into the domain of arcade, right? It's an arcade space shooter, not really an arcade space simulator. Yes. Yes, he was correct. He was spiraling the Molyneux train. Exactly. Anyway. Yeah, so my goodness. The point is he's way too proud of himself right now. And I freaking love No Man's Sky. I played hundreds of hours of it. I'm just saying Sean needs to be more careful. He needs to be way less comfortable than he is right now. And that's like, because when he was comfortable, when he got into this space before, he convinced people of the wrong thing. He said pride is fine, ego is the issue. Yes. Let me see here. Anyway, I played Dusk. Yes. I'm waiting for that HD update thing. I want to play the HD Dusk. Oh, what do we got here? Okay. Yeah, I know nothing about the cartoon game. Let me see. All right. Well, anyway, my point is that game developers started being told that you're a rock star. Like, look at all these people who are your fans. And that bolstering of ego is what led to the Blizzard issues. That's all I'm saying.
And yet,
Hold on. There we go.
Links like that before, especially on magazines. Your names are on the magazines rather than just the studio as this kind of amorphous entity almost.
well, I do still remember that classic Electronic Arts advertisement in the late 80s. That was even, kind of before our time when they first put the developers front and center. And yeah, Japan probably lagged, the rest of the world by quite a bit with being company focused over kind of creator, designer, or developer. It's even a weirder thing, the developer focus, where the natural course of the world would have been to settle in on the designers, like the film directors and the performers and so on. But the fact that we were independent and we were bootstrapped gave us a lot of freedom. I mean, we made a lot of mistakes on things, but it did allow us to kind of evolve differently than coming up inside one of the big corporations.
Yeah, it was treated kind of like books, and music. It's like, well, this is another creative thing, and we, talk about the artist. Trip Hawkins was all about putting artists front and center, and even their marketing was like an album, making album covers of games, and we, I think, our team was so small. We shipped Doom with 6 people at the very end, but it was 5 people most of its development, and we did have a really small team. Quake was like 10 people. So you could actually get somebody's name, but teams are so big nowadays that there's so many people involved that you can't just say it's like one person, because so many people make massive impacts on the game in lots of different ways.
So you had both made roughly 20 games or so before Doom, but what was the impetus to change your entire development process for the game that would come to be known as Doom? John Carmack, I'll start with you. Can you just talk about what that change was and why it was implemented?
So there were a few things kind of pushing us along the way where we had just moved from DOS development to our next step workstations, which was a significant win for us. We had like real software development capabilities. And then we knew that the next step in the graphics was going to be getting us away from this block level. I mean, like John said, Wolfenstein was not a great thing from a creative design standpoint.
It's true. Like, Wolfenstein was... It had a lot in common with the grid-based RPGs, with the exception that it was, of course, real time. But the level design was it was just a series of blocks. It really was grid-based, although it hit it well at times.
We learned the flow of a game and what we could do there, but it was very, very limiting. And this pitch, and we had even seen like the intermediate half step with Shadowcaster about even if you add floors and ceilings and some other things to it, the tile grid is just not really where you want to go. So this next step was going towards this kind of CAD-like line development, and that followed reasonably naturally out of just what we needed to do. We knew the blocks were the tyranny that we needed to get away from. So
I mean, there's a lot of similarities between the level designer of Doom and AutoCAD when you think about it, especially when we ended up getting into like Quake and using the Worldcraft editor. For those who don't know about Worldcraft, Worldcraft would eventually get acquired by Valve, and become something known as the Hammer, which Source uses or has used for some time. I was gonna say, the Hammer is an evolution of the Worldcraft software suite. That said, it stopped being Worldcraft a long time ago, and I'm certain by now every aspect of it has been replaced, but the design ethos of the tools has remained mostly the same, and it does parallel AutoCAD pretty well if you think in certain ways, at least. God, AutoCAD takes me back though. Back a long time. Oh well.
So we needed something that was going to have this more analog-like nature, and so that pretty much decided what the kind of development flow was going to look like there. We needed a fancy custom tool, and then what we were doing with the workstations and cross development decided how much the flow went. Although it was very interesting to see that once the open source stuff got out, the rest of the world did do just fine developing a lot of things with more conventional DOS tools than we used.
Yeah, and we not only changed the system that we coded on, which was Next Step. DOS just became the target machine we just ran the game on. We didn't really even do anything else on it. All of the art was done, obviously Deluxe Paint 2, but it was rotoscoped, and we'd never done that before. It was like, let's do another. Let's try another way to get graphics into the computer, because we're gonna have even more than we had with Wolfenstein. So it's like, what if we put a weapon up in front of a video camera? And so we changed even that method. That workflow was totally changed from, I'm just going to pixel art this from nothing. And at one point, we even just hired somebody to clean up pixels from the grabbing of stuff, because there was a wall and we didn't have a green screen or anything. So we just grabbed the wall and everything and just had somebody come in and start killing the pixels.
That makes a lot of sense, though. I mean, look at Elder Scrolls 2 Daggerfall and how all of the sprites follow a completely different, the art style of the different sprites in Daggerfall are so diverse. Like, the NPCs don't really look like they belong in the same game. There's no cohesive style behind all of the monsters and everything. Versus something where you are literally grabbing objects that you've made little models of or whatever, and you're just you're snapshotting them and then telling a pixel artist, hey, remove all the extraneous pixels, right? The wall and whatnot. It makes sense why Doom ended up having such a cohesive art style, and why mods like Brutal Doom or Project Brutality, especially Project Brutality, break that art style so effectively, where it's like, oh, look, this is clearly a modded enemy. Yeah, that's a vanilla enemy. It's very clear because of the different styles, and people who are doing Project Brutality most likely were like making pixels from nothing, right? Like just straight up inventing new guns and new enemies from scratch, as opposed to Doom, where they were using real life objects as models for it.
Transparenting the pixels, that was really different. And even making levels in the way that we would, having to write a tool on Next Step for level design that was much easier to deal with than doing it in DOS. And what was useful about that workflow was being able to have the editor open on Next Step and having DOS running the game. And if I see that there's a problem, I just leave it running and I just fix it on Next Step, and I just keep going through a level and just fixing as I'm going through. It's like both of them are running, and that was just like such a iterative speed.
You know that Unity, like you can fix certain things in the Unity editor and still have the game open and watch as those changes propagate live into the program that's running. Sometimes you have to recompile and, oh no, but due to how Unity previews things, it is possible to like live fix a lot of things while still running the preview and still, like going through the level, checking things out, and, not having, everything catastrophically explode because you changed a value while the game was running. This is not necessarily true of a lot of older game engines. So, yeah, that's just something to take note of, really.
If you can increase iteration while you're developing in any way, especially in a core loop, you can get through with stuff so much faster. You can find the problems and just solve things much quicker. So I'm always focused on like how long does it take.
Yeah, that really hurt us in Quake. The fact that, taking that next step in graphics fidelity for the 6 degree of freedom stuff, the iteration times just sucked. It was really bad with the offline processing. I mean, yes, we got the glorious looking lighting and we had our freedom to have relatively high performance 6 degree of freedom, but the developers were at least reasonably responsible in keeping them to like a half-hour development, but half-hour processing times. But I know many of our licensees, they built what they wanted and didn't pay attention, and they had things that were running overnight for their processes.
Yeah, so when you have to compile things, jeez. Was gonna say that some of the very, very minor changes between Quake versus Quake Desolation of Eternity versus Quake Hypnotic, those are huge differences in the game. Like sorry, in the actual like executable of the game. Despite being like almost hacks, like, oh look, you have a gun now that like your nail gun can shoot lava nails, or oh look, you have a hammer that can shoot lightning. Like very, very minor changes to Quake, but because those changes were hard coded into the executable, it meant that executable was a little bit crazy, like in terms of how much time they took to process it and things like that. How do I put this? Nowadays, we have a bunch of Quake engines, so we can use, for example, the Kex engine, which is made by Night Dive Sub Studio, Machine Head, I think, and like it runs all of the Quakes, all the Quake ones, like the Quake 1, the expansion packs, the Xbox exclusive campaign, and their Dimension of the Machine exclusive to Machine Head. It can run all of those in the same executable. But if you tried to run Desolation of Eternity on the original Quake executable, thing wouldn't work. It would break, and vice versa. I think the first time I really had access to everything under one, under like one roof, was the Dark Places engine, and I freaking loved the Dark Places engine. I've spent years playing on the Dark Places engine. It's taken quite some time for me to move over to the Kex engine because, when you get an engine that you use for like 10 years, it gets very comfortable to hop into, and then all of a sudden some of the newer things you want to use don't work on it anymore. And it grumble. I got to use this other engine. and so you use the other engine, and it doesn't work quite the way you want it to, and you grumble some more, and it doesn't have I'd say the biggest feature I miss from more modern engines was like, how do I put this? There a lot of the modern Quake engines use the Quake netcode instead of the what do you call it? Instead of the Quake World netcode. And the Quake World netcode had packet prediction, where if you're you get out of communication with the server for a second or two, instead of snapping back to where you were, it predicts where you'll go. So your perspective is a seamless gameplay, despite the fact you like other players might see you go dit a little. Packet prediction was great. Now, that said, what do you call it? The Kex engine finally has good netcode. It's not, as far as I know, it's neither original Quake nor is it Quake World. I could be wrong on this point. So if someone's an expert on the Quake engines, do tell me. But as I understand it, it's its own type of netcode, which is better, but also treats multiplayer differently. Anyway, just a little thing to mention as far as engines go. Kind of cool. Let me see. You said one Half-Life multiplayer mod that had where the crowbar had a rocket duct taped to it and shot rockets. That's very silly. I've seen some incredible chaos mods for Quake and Half-Life, but let me see here. Okay, let's go.
Which just meant that tuning the levels was just ridiculously less efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, BSP maps and lighting maps was super.
BSPs. So, let me see. BSP to map. Let me Google that. BSP to map. Trying to find it. BSP. Yes. So, this guy posted professional layout planning, right? Where you have the original map and then you want to, make changes to it, and here's how you marked it out, right? Here's the original map and here's the expansions, how it needs to, like how you filled in certain parts. Like this is professional layout planning. Well, for me, this was actually it was day one with BSP to map converter. All deathmatch levels must be expanded. I don't care if it makes them worse. Just do it. That was me. That was me with the BSP to map converter when it came out. It was great. It was great. I did that for shits and giggles. BSPs are the Quake levels. Quake and Half-Life level type. And then what do you call it? Trying to think. From Quake. Yeah. Maps were the base file that the Worldcraft editor could use, essentially, or the hammer, depending on how far in the future you go. So it's super interesting, nonetheless. Let me see here. Anyway.
Super painful. We even bought like alpha machines to just grind on these things.
Yeah.
I think
it was
smart.
The lighting in his that was the thing. That Doom of course had BSP, and that part only took a minute or two, even on the Quake levels. And there was one period where it was kind of neat, where I thought if we just doubled the size of our, at that point, in SGI Origin server, we would have squeaked into the top 500 supercomputers as a game development company. But we were kind of leaders in being able to throw some of the hardware at a problem.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Viz mapping, for those who don't know, is it's visibility essentially. You see, when you want to make a Quake, because say you design a Quake level, which I've done quite a few of, you you can compile the Quake level really, really quick, snap, 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 but it will use a really rough design of what the character can what the character can see from what location. What viz stands for visibility, right? And so if you use the quick compile to just kind of get a quick, dirty, playable map to test in, you will end up with like extreme graphical tearing because the viz map just the visibility just from like long distances and things it just overloads the engine. It doesn't there are just errors in it. In general, you have to do a full compile if you don't want those errors to show up, and that can take some time, or could, past tense, take some time. I can't tell you how Quake mapping works on modern hardware because it has been years since I've done it, as in like over a decade at least, and then some. So, haven't touched Quake mapping in a long time, but in the past specifically, you needed to you would set your map to what do you call it, to compile, and it would take hours if the level was complex. And it was just like, oh my god, make it stop. So yeah, viz mapping was one of the aspects of the of Quake mapping that where it would just take forever to compile compared to a Doom level, which could be compiled in like a couple minutes.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we were talking about the fact that that big jump into 3D was one of the things that kind of took its toll on the team, just because of how long it took, and that we could have actually done 2 games and taken 2 steps in tech instead of putting it all into one. And that actually would have been pretty interesting. We could have been doing like internet gameplay with the the Doom 2 engine, plus a little bit more tech in that, before going full 3D with the game right after that.
Yeah, so there's I like kind of this retrospective tech speculation about what we could have done, where we could have taken like the networking aspects and or the modding, the Quake C aspects, and basically done that in a Doom generation engine. Or you could have added things like arbitrary 3D models still inside the Doom Maps version of things, keeping the map development faster and not doing the kind of light map lighting. And there's a couple different steps that we could have taken there. And I think we probably did not pick the optimal direction, but we kept wanting to make this just throw everything at it. And the idea that if you can think about something that's going to be better, we should just strive our hardest to do that. And
yeah, I think that really, 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 Quake, Quake lighting was really great for its time. And as different mod makers iterated on the Quake engine, we got to see some amazing lighting in the old levels, like stained glass windows casting reflections on the ground, and having a player step between the window and the what do you call it, in the ground, and cast a shadow in that and blot out part of the stained glass, stuff like that. It's really, really cool stuff that you would probably that would be outside the scope and scale of what they worked on. But if they had just stuck with Doom lighting in Quake, I don't think we would have seen that level, those leaps and bounds than we got in like modded Quake maps now. That's what I'm saying, is that like it laid the foundation for it, even if it wasn't optimal. They laid the foundation for some of the great things the modding community is doing now.
It was pretty rough. Where Doom came together, it was kind of a perfect storm of pretty much everything went right with Doom.
Yep. Yeah, and I when you look at the mountain, the Everest of Quake, I don't think people really appreciate the insane amount of technology that you took on with that. I mean, even adding Quake C on top of internet client server on top of full 3D. I mean, it was so much tech, you know. It was a whole new engine, you know. It wasn't Doom at all. None of it, you know. It was all brand new.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that, while I do look back and say how I could have made Doom more efficient or made Quake, like, the real question was, Quake technically ran on a 486, but nobody could really play it well on a 486, and we could have had a different tech stack that was more Doom-like, that could have played fluidly there. But I have found over the years that, as much as I might want to have made something more efficient, every time we really went out of our way with like the CGA versions of Keen or whatever, it turned out that the market didn't really reward you for making things work better on less capable hardware. And you were usually
Yes.
rewarded by going ahead and pushing in. Let's go ahead and do the require an FPU, require a.
Yeah, I mean, it's true though. Like, if you keep an old game super compatible and you don't push boundaries because you want to make sure that an old game continues running efficiently on old hardware, you aren't expanding your user base. You are retaining the old user base in theory, but you aren't expanding to new users as quickly. In fact, many of the old users may have moved on to newer hardware and are now going, why doesn't this look so much, better? Like, why isn't this running better? Why isn't this advancing the art of making video games, right? It's true. It's true. So, yeah. That's all I'm saying is that they're absolutely positively um like, the market doesn't reward playing it safe, going to being able to run on older hardware more reliably. You said Starfield fell victim to many things. It simultaneously needed to run on older hardware, but also didn't run well on like top end hardware either. It's so strange in that regard. Like, it honestly feels like it was cobbled together. I mean, I need to stop saying feels like. It was cobbled together by a bunch of separate teams due to Emil Pagliarulo's lack of a central design document. The game contains a sort of core design, like a general principle, general set of principles, but Emil Pagliarulo himself has flat out said that it does not, he did not have a central design document, and he was proud of it. Proud of saying that there was no, design document. They just have to shrug and go, that's insane. And his response on Twitter was, of course, paraphrasing, you aren't qualified to talk about games. Like, you're so disconnected from game development that you don't know what you're talking about. And anyone who responds negatively to that is getting booted off of the getting banned there, like this, where this was Emil's first of his 15 posts about Starfield and the criticism it was getting, and this guy got blocked by Emil after saying, I know what a meal tastes unpleasant without being able to cook it. That was enough for him to get blocked. Period. So yeah, that happened. All right, let's go.
GPU, something like that. And I still wonder in technical situations today where I kind of struggle with that about, do you ignore a giant user base and just concentrate on the cool, fun, cutting edge stuff, or are you doing yourself or your user base a disservice? And I'm honestly still not at peace with exactly what the right call for that is.
Yeah. But, I think at least between your engines and my designs that we did okay. We did the best that we could.
We certainly did okay. Yeah.
I'll start with John Carmack on this one. Of course, one of the big advancements from Wolfenstein 3D to Doom was that rooms could be of variable height. There were lifts, there were stairs, and that, of course, led to Doom's famous abstract level design. I would love to hear from both of you. And again, starting with Carmack, how did the engine make that design style possible? What was the flow there?
So in terms of what we got out of it, I do every few years, I'll go back and play Doom for some reason, most recently in virtual reality on one of the Quest ports. And I do always come back as going, the episode 1 of Doom still holds up really well.
That's right.
Still like really feels
It really
great,
does.
and it looks good
Absolutely.
for what it's doing. But I did feel that like the second and third episode, when we got more abstract and like going into hell and trying to, it felt more like Wolfenstein or Catacombs 3D trying to say that this block is a tree when it's, it's just a block. It's really not a tree.
Yes.
So that sort of industrial military complex stuff played very, very well to what the engine could do. And I am happy still just seeing screenshots of the old stuff with good, crisp graphics rendered out well. And yeah, why you would have this weird zigzaggy passage in a military base, it doesn't actually make sense. But somehow the design aesthetic, I thought, for the installation side still feels good, and it's still held up. And I don't know if I can kind of decompress and analyze that anymore, but we found something that worked well with the lighting, the combination of the geometry and the lighting, and those were really the two aspects that balanced off against each other. And then the dynamism, the fact that we could just be moving these things continuously all around, doing sort of crazy things like that. Kind of it found clearly a sweet spot that still feels pretty decent 30 years later.
Yeah, we did not think about the problem that we had to solve with the ability that you gave us in the engine with the non-orthogonal walls and the heights and lighting control. We didn't know that what we could make was something that no one had ever seen before, because there was no game that was an example of what we could do all the way back to the 70s. Every time you saw a 3D world, it was 90-degree walls and hallways.
Yeah, I mean, think about I guess there are some circular areas in Marathon, but Marathon was like an Apple exclusive. It's yeah. I'm thinking about no. Yeah, Marathon did have some abstract areas, but it did fall back hard on like hallways and corridors and what do you call them, and blocks, rectangles, I would say. Squares. Yeah. I suppose if you rotate a square enough times, that would make sense. But yeah. So Ultima Underworld. When did Ultima Underworld come out in comparison? Let's find out. The Ultima Underworld's release date was 1992. Doom's release date was 1993. Okay, so map. Ultima Underworld map. Let's have a look. No, Ultima Underworld, I'm looking at some of the maps here, and they are mostly just hallways. They may be textured differently, but I'm looking at the actual, like, the design of the map of Ultima Underworld, and let's be honest here, this is a Doom map here. You know, it's rectangles and a rotated rectangle. No, there isn't anything that's really. I guess there is an octagon here, but yeah, I don't know. Like most of Ultima Underworld is just some form of rectangular hallway, or a square.
They were all maze games, just like Wolfenstein was a maze game.
Mhm.
You know,
Maze game.
yeah, and Wolfenstein was so great because you could actually move around smoothly in real time. In most games that were 3D like that were in chunk steps. They moved you to the next matrix block. So that was like the big breakthrough. But with Doom, it was like we got to make something that no one's ever seen before, and it was really mentally it was difficult because we never had an example. And if you just just looking at the data structure of the line defs and sector defs, that is all the ability that engine had, but it had massive amounts of ability in that.
Yes.
And it took time. Not all of our earliest concepts of Doom was 90-degree walls, and like the first levels were the same height as Wolfenstein, and they were bright, and they just had better looking floors and ceilings. But it took time to solve that problem. And I remember when I was doing that on E1M2, and I was just like, okay, I'm done with Doom Ed, and I need to make levels, and we don't have anything that takes advantage of the engine yet. It's
Doom Ed is the level editor for Doom, and he made and released that. So everyone started making maps for Doom real quick, like. But yeah, E1M2. I think that is labyrinthian. Hold on a second. Let's have a look. 1M2 Doom map. Okay. I'm gonna pull up E1M2 right now. And yeah. Look at let me really quick grab that. E1M2 in particular, look at this. Like, yeah, look at especially the bottom part right here. Like this area is like I think the lighting is what saves it. The fact that most of this area is dark, and then there are some brighter areas, and there's a couple secrets that path you around. But for the most part, like this screams Wolfenstein. Like in his design, like yeah, you go downstairs here, but this is all just like this maze here is all the same height. It's flat. So yeah, like he isn't wrong. Like he had finished E1M2 and was like, okay, well this is pretty basic, you know.
time to solve that problem. And I remember when I was doing that on E1M2, and I was just like, okay, I'm done with Doom Ed, and I need to make levels, and we don't have anything that takes advantage of the engine yet. It's just like we're using it, but it's not next level. It's not next gen. So I made this room in E1M2 since that was kind of like the test bed level, and it wasn't even great looking. Like it looks much better on release, but when I made it, it was just like we knew what it meant, but like I think anyone else looking in would go like, how's that really different from Wolfenstein? It's like little subtle ways make you can see the potentials there, and yeah, so it was that's how like basically all the games that came out after that could try and mimic worlds better than these 90-degree wall engines had done before that. But yeah, it was and also E1M2 was the one that had the recursive stairway that that killed the sector list that you had, and then you had to like come up with BSPs.
Yep.
Yeah, although it was interesting how the structure of the limitations of the system there did really turn out to be a sweet spot where lots of people could make levels in that. And we really did see kind of painfully getting into Quake and beyond that there were a lot of potentially great game designers that just hit their limit in terms of compositional aesthetic, in terms of like what something's going to look like. When you've got the ability to do full 6-degree of freedom modeling, you not only need to be a game designer, you need to be an architect or a photographer
That's
working
right.
through your composition. And the structure of Doom was, again, right at that sweet spot where
So basically, Doom runs in AutoCAD. Very runs like the Doom editor is very much like an AutoCAD, and it gets more complicated when you get into the Hammer, right? When you're doing Worldcraft and other editors, it becomes much more difficult to make a good 3D level as opposed to a decent Doom level. It's the how to put this, the artistic fidelity required to make something that kind of resembles a military base in Doom isn't that difficult. You make some square rooms, you make a table, you make some computer monitors, you're done basically. But when you go to something more complicated like Quake, now you are expected to not just make like flat textures that look like computer monitors, but you are expected to flesh out the 3D of the monitor to the point where, oh look, this is a control station. Look at these buttons. What does this button do? You know, like the higher fidelity you make something, the more immersion breaking it is when you know, you see what in a lower fidelity game would stand for a terminal or a monitor or something like that. You know, like every aspect of development needs to be better. And what that means is, in a higher fidelity game, you can't just have one dude doing everything unless they are that is an exceptionally talented dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's if someone's very good at level design, well, that's all well and good, but are they also good in Blender, right? Maybe not so much. That doesn't matter in Doom. That really doesn't matter. In Quake, it matters a lot. In Half-Life, it matters even more. By the time we're talking about Half-Life 2, you better be good in absolutely everything, or you better have a team behind you. I think this is a big problem with not Beyond Skyrim. What do you call it? Skyblivion right now is that they've gone through so many 3D modelers. No one wants to spend all their time in Blender making a plate or a cup for that will end up on countless tables in Cyrodiil. They want to do more interesting things that have probably already been done, by level designers and stuff. So there's a lot of frustration going around in the Skyblivion team because there are little things they need to keep the game at Skyrim level fidelity while referencing everything from Oblivion, right? And not every level designer can work in Blender. Not every user of Blender can can make good let's just say textures. They can make a good 3D model. They can make the bones. They can like tie it all together, and then they need someone else to texture it. This is the point at which we're going to have a lot of issues with unethical AI, where people will make 90% of something in AI and then try to sell it or kickstart it or whatever. That's actually happening with books right now. A lot of D&D 5 edition adventure books are being kickstarted or sold using AI. That you can cheat by using real life photography to make a 3D model. Yes. Well, I mean that's literally what they did in Doom. That's the monsters were sculpted and stuff for sure. The t-shirt market is full of AI now too. Yeah. you know, again, like I love unethical AI when I play a Skyrim mod and it sounds like they just like those NPCs just fit in the game. It's great. Like it's my current Morrowind run has unethical AI in it, where the NPCs will do barks based on your quest progress. Like you know, it's pretty cool. It's also, again, I keep calling it unethical AI because it is. Like, why are we not paying the voice actors to do this, right? And that's something that I want to I want people to think about every once in a while. Is you know, this idea that you know, concept artists, you know, voice actors, all these people who like on the highest level of skill will keep their jobs, but on the lower or mid tiers of skill, like they're getting replaced, and this is not good, especially as AI gets more homogenous. You know, that's an issue. So, like AI is going to hurt a lot. But yeah. AI that can program. Yes, but the issue with AIs that can program is that even at mid-level programming, you're going to get a bunch of compiler errors. It's going to be like in your average program. I've seen a friend of mine's a programmer, and they said having an AI is like having a very, very low-skill junior programmer who doesn't understand a lot of principles. And you're going to have to spend a lot of time fixing their mistakes. And that's so give it a couple of years. Yeah, maybe. All I'm saying is for now, um, it's interesting. That's for sure. Said AI is going to quadruple our power bills. No, that was Bitcoin. Bitcoin already did that. All right. I will be back. We'll be continuing this video in just a couple minutes. I got to go stretch my legs. It's been 3 hours since I started yapping about Quake and Quake related things. But yeah, I'll be back soon. Okay, let's continue where we left off. I'm gonna zoom it back a couple. There you go.
There were a lot of potentially great game designers that just hit their limit in terms of compositional aesthetic, in terms of like what something's going to look like. When you've got the ability to do full 6-degree of freedom modeling, you not only need to be a game designer, you need to be an architect or a photographer working through your composition.
You know, again, like with a little pixel art game, you can do everything yourself, but the higher the fidelity the game gets, the more multi-talented you need to be, or more importantly, the more people you need working with you. And that's why Sky Oblivion is running into a lot of issues with getting just the right talent for just the right things. Like, most people can do level design. Like, that isn't there are people who are better level designers than others, but the fact that I was able to do level design for Doom and Quake back in the day means that it probably isn't a very high skill threshold, right? Very high skill floor, I should say. There's a concept of a skill floor and a skill ceiling, right? A skill floor is the minimum amount of effort, the minimum amount of skill and talent required to accomplish the task at its most like minimum level. And then the skill ceiling is where your talents cap out, right? You know, the best graphical designer in the world is going to cap out earlier in Doom than they are in Quake or in Half-Life or in Half-Life 2. You know what I mean? Like, the skill ceiling keeps going up as the fidelity of the games keep going up. That's what I'm trying to say. So as the fact that I can do Quake, Doom, and Half-Life maps. I haven't tried Half-Life 2, and I probably never will. But the fact that I can do those maps, the basic level design for them, means that their skill floors aren't, out of my reach yet. But I imagine if I were to try to develop a whole game from scratch, maybe that would be different, I have no desire to do that. The amount of effort I have to put in order to get a good result is exponentially higher than what I'm good at. So, yeah, all I'm saying is that, like, what Carmack is saying is absolutely correct, where people looking to make the best are getting, they're reaching their limits in what they are skilled at, in Quake, and then Quake 2 and so on. Like, as the march of progress goes on and games get more and more complicated, the single developer who is of who can make like a tremendously great Doom map may no longer have they may have reached their limit and are no longer able to do a good Quake map. That's what I'm saying.
Game designer, you need to be an architect or a photographer working through your composition. And the structure of Doom was, again, right at that sweet spot where it helped you along by keeping you from wasting time doing some crazy things that you would have had to be a master of a different craft to actually make payoff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is basically games that came after us had teams that had different phases of level development because they all recognized that that would make better levels. Like Dark Forces had a lighting artist, and they had artists that actually made the level designers made the shapes, and then the artist came in and textured the walls. And then,
for those who don't know, Dark Forces is the first game in a series. Dark Forces was a Doom clone, but it was a Star Wars game where you played as Kyle Katarn. Yes. And then you went and there was Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight, and there was Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, and finally Jedi Knight 3 Jedi Academy. All of which receive great modding to this day. The Jedi Knights, I mean. What a strange naming convention, though. Like, Dark Forces 2 Jedi Knight 2 yeah, it gets a little crazy. It gets a little bonkers. And let's keep going.
Then somebody else lit the areas. It was like a proper workflow.
Yep.
I'll aim this next one at John Romero. A lot of people ask me, I've been doing narrative design as well as other types of writing kind of off and on for the last 15 years. And they ask me, what do I need to know about writing to get a job in video games? And I tell them, well, you need to know a lot about telling a story through environmental design, because no one just wants to read a book in the middle of a video game. And
Correct. Absolutely correct. As a writer in a video game, you are a liaison between the level designers and the people responsible for some more of the infrastructure, like items, NPCs, things like that. What I'm trying to say is, if you you need to take into account what obviously the boss wants for the world. When I say boss, I'm talking about like the project lead, and then from there you have to make sure that everything you write can be expressed within the limitations of what the game has to offer. Because if you write excessive information, it'll end up like in Destiny, where they had those cards outside of game that they hired a writer. The writer set to like expanding the whole world, explaining all of it. The world of Destiny was fairly well fleshed out internally. I'm saying, not in terms of what players see, but internally on the development end. The world of Destiny was fairly fleshed out, but most of that information, the majority of what that man wrote, was not put to use. That's what I'm saying. And so when he left, the people who took over, they had no idea. Like they had this this swath of information which was utterly worthless from the perspective of how they implemented things in game, right? And so as a result, they just had to shrug and go, we'll just it's easier just to implement our own stuff using what we understand of this. And the result was that like in Destiny 2 specifically, certain races began to act completely contrary to how they were written about in the original story treatment, right? A particular species that was overwhelmingly about brute force suddenly became a cunning species. They had subtlety, subterfuge, and stuff like that, which was completely different from how they were written about in the original story treatment. And you look at that and go, well, this isn't a cohesive world at all. This is, at the end of the day, this is born from what the developers need now. And you'll find that in the Elder Scrolls, that's very similar. Cyrodiil, they wanted to do Cyrodiil, but their engine couldn't render a jungle worth a damn, so they gave up on that. Point is that whatever was convenient for the developers at the time takes precedence over whatever is being written about. In other words, if you are a lore writer and you write a whole ton of lore, you need to write that lore in service of the gameplay and the gameplay mechanics as they're being developed. You need to speak to the head of development, your boss, and you also need to speak to the people designing the levels, designing the quests, whatever. Like, you need to be in constant communication. And if you want to see a game which is written like shit because it was not in constant communication with its own writers, look at Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online got better in the DLCs, sometimes not. But the base game of Elder Scrolls Online, the level designers were just writing quests and quest dialogue with absolutely zero input from the lead developer. The lead developer was left to, the lead writer. The lead writer was left to write lore books, about things. So they said, oh, well, Cyrodiil is in a jungle in our game. Can you explain it? And so he wrote a book explaining it. And that was his job, to attach the band-aids. Said, sounds like a recipe for disaster. Yes. But that's because, like, the reason Morrowind, Elder Scrolls 3, turned out the way it did in terms of storytelling is because the level designers and quest designers were also writers. They set about the task of writing, and also, again, they had a central creative lead who was keeping everything mostly consistent. When I say mostly consistent, there is a concept called the unreliable narrator, which gets memed to death by people who don't understand its purpose. It doesn't exist for you to explain away inconsistencies in the storyline. Rather, it exists as a tool for a writer to create inconsistencies in very specific places in order to have a setup and a payoff within the storytelling. Now, in the purpose of Morrowind, they specifically wrote lore books that contradicted each other. They did this because they wanted the player to come to their own conclusion when it came to what the truth of the matter was. But those contradictory elements were not about the present day. They were about things that happened 1,000 years ago, or 400 years ago, or 20 years ago, right? They're past events that have left the current sphere of events and have become mythological, right? It's no one really knows what happened back then because, no one is alive right now who witnessed it. And those who are, they're not talking. They've got their own agendas, right? And in that sense, there is contradictory information in Morrowind, but it is placed there with care. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, Bethesda kind of established that in Morrowind, where their quest designers, their level designers also did writing. But more importantly, they didn't just do writing in a bubble. They communicated with one another. They had a strong creative lead kind of holding the reins. Now, when Oblivion, when they switched up from Morrowind to Oblivion, number one, a lot of the original people left. But number two, the creative lead, Ken Rolston, became more hands-off for the game because he was actually kind of busy with other stuff. But also, for the most part, Bethesda, they were more hands-off. And so the level designers did the writing, and there wasn't as much of a cohesive vision tying everything together as there was in Morrowind. It was a more hands-off situation. Now, Oblivion made a lot more money. Ken Rolston left. That's fine. Ken Rolston himself went on to make other games that were financially unsuccessful. So it's not like he was the magic, what do you call it? It's not like he was a god that made the games better, right? He went on to make other games that were not successful. So, at the end of the day, it's that video games are a collaborative effort. And a strong creative vision tying everything together is important, but the individual pieces also got how do I put this? They also got changed out. So the team that made Morrowind was no longer present in full come Oblivion, and it was definitely not present anymore come Skyrim, but because Morrowind made more money than because Skyrim made more money than Oblivion, and Oblivion made more money than Morrowind, the only logical conclusion you can come to is that you guys are doing the right thing, from a development standpoint, from a financial standpoint. And you've disenfranchised a whole ton of fans each time you've changed your systems up, sure. But when you disenfranchise a group of players who are critical about your game, and then you bring in a whole new group of players who are not critical because they love what they've seen, all you can come to the conclusion of is, I guess, the old the old players just aren't flexible enough to come, to be able to enjoy this better game, That's the conclusion that the developers came from. That's why Emil Pagliarulo, lead writer of Bethesda, kind of flipped his shit when people criticized him over Starfield. And it's because he, Starfield made more money than Fallout 4. And you scratch your head and go, but it's, Fallout 4 is, it's a better game, right? Skyrim's a better game, right? And so, whoops, I hit the microphone because I'm smart. As I was saying, he's looking at the sales numbers, because people don't buy video games because they're good. People buy video in the AAA space. Now, I'm not talking about like what do you call it? Like indie games. I'm talking about like in the AAA space. People don't buy a game because it's good. They buy a game because of the developer's previous reputation plus marketing. And Microsoft was on point for both reputation and marketing. They capitalized on Bethesda's reputation to get more sales in Starfield than any other game, previous has. And blew themselves up to this gigantic sales monolith where it's like, oh my God, everyone, everyone loves this game. Now, that was the, let's see, Starfield on Steam. Okay, so on the backs of this, as you can see, there's some issues here. What with the Starfield? How long did I? 236 hours played. Damn right. Yeah, we look at this. Bam, Starfield. Look at the look at those reviews. Okay, so when you're viewing it from the perspective of sales numbers, Starfield is more successful than ever. It is the best Bethesda game ever made. Why are these random people like screaming at me, telling me that my game sucks, when I'm more when my sales team, when our parent company is telling us, you killed it, you made so much money, you did it, like this is the most successful game ever. That's why Emil Pagliarulo had a little tantrum on Twitter. It's because like everything he's being told, every one of his games is more successful than the last. Like he's obviously doing it right. That's what I'm trying to get at. So he's the writer. He's the lead writer, in addition to being the lead developer as well. And he comes from this very detached school of our designers are our writers. And he has flat out said in interviews that if you write the next great American novel, the players will rip the pages out and make paper airplanes. He said that in the past. Yes. What I'm trying to get at is like he has the right idea in several ways, as far as like you write in utility. That is to say, you write to explain the game mechanics. You write to accentuate the experience. You don't like if you were to do what Destiny's writer did, where you lay out the world and you write it in extreme detail. Hell, Elden Ring, George R.R. Martin, he wrote the story treatment, right? Like at the end of the day, how much did Elden Ring use? It used the names, it used the themes, but it is irrevocably... Nah, that's not the word I want to use. It is ultimately a Dark Souls game, functionally speaking. The lore, or whatever George R. R. Martin has written, has been torn to bits and infused into parts of Elden Ring, right? Elden Ring isn't a bad game. I enjoy it very much. What I'm saying is, if George R. R. Martin had gone to the level of the Destiny writer, where he laid out all the information about every aspect of the world, and then had 99% of that be useless for game development, that would not be an effective use of his time. And again, his successors, the people who came in after him, this isn't going to work. Right, we need to change this, and that's why I said a good games writer needs to be a liaison between the big boss and the and the various aspects of game development, because all of it the writing needs to serve all aspects of the game. Otherwise, it's just a lore book entry that nobody reads. Yes. Mm-hmm. Let me see here. What were you talking? Yeah. Hold on. Did you know George R. R. Martin is suing a OpenAI because apparently someone used ChatGPT to write his final book, and then they released it online and said, "Look, we wrote his he didn't finish his final book, but we did. We wrote it for him." And so he's obviously the real answer is you sue the individual who told the AI to do it, but he wants the deep pockets. He wants OpenAI's money. So let's see, OpenAI Winds of Winter, George R. Martin. Yeah, that's all kinds of messed up. Yes, it's all kinds of messed up. Let me see here. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is. Ooh. All right. My goodness. Anyway, if you look at some of the better ESO DLCs, you'll notice that they the different factions and the different NPCs inform one another, like Orsinium and Deadlands, Elsewhere especially. Things are interconnected in a meaningful way. Things feel more Elder Scrolls in general. I can't, unfortunately, the base game is, how do I put this? Disconnected. What I mean by that is the Aldmeri Dominion is, if assuming, when I say ESO is badly written, I'm talking about in comparison to the Elder Scrolls as a whole, right? But if we reduce the comparisons down to just ESO itself, like the base game, the Daggerfall Covenant is the worst written and is doing it's mostly utilitarian writing that exists to prop up generic MMO fetch quests. You look at and again, each zone is somewhat disconnected from one another. Like in the Daggerfall Covenant, the what do you call it? There's a zone called, I think it's Revenspire, something like that. Its storyline actually follows Castlevania: Lament of Innocence. because of course it does. But as far as the other as far as like the other domain areas go, the Ebonheart Pact has poorly constructed Dunmer areas, right? Followed by an awful Argonian area, followed by 2 fairly well-written Skyrim areas. I would say that the Skyrim areas in ESO are better written than Elder Scrolls V, noting that I believe Elder Scrolls V is poorly written. So, then, we go to the Aldmeri Dominion, and unlike any other alliance, the Aldmeri Dominion actually has a flowing story from zone to zone that builds upon itself, and you know, like characters develop across from one zone to another, and you'll meet recurring characters that have grown and changed as a result of their experiences. For example, you will meet a priest in the beginning of Valenwood, who will, in time, in another zone, become one of the pillars of Bosmer society. And then in the next zone, he will be putting forth a marriage with the successor to a lady you met in the first zone of the Aldmeri Dominion. And the storyline builds upon itself in a way that feels very meaningful. You don't find that in most of the other alliances. In the other alliances, you will find that each zone is its own, like, its own detached story, which is very matter of fact. You know, thing happened, move on to the next area. I think the exception would be in the Skyrim zones, where you, what do you call it? In the Skyrim zones, you are declared the King's Arrow at the end of the first zone, and then you continue your actions under that authority in the next zone. It doesn't make sense if you do them out of order, because, you know, you are supposed to be acting under the authority of this title that you've received. And if you do it out of order, then people just trust you for no reason. Like, it's very interesting. But what I'm trying to say is that within the context of ESO, even if I were to say that, even if I were to say that ESO's base game overall is poorly written, if we zoom in on a deeper level, they are not equal to one another in terms of quality. The Daggerfall Covenant lagging way behind the other two in terms of quality. And it all comes down to how characters grow and change and learn, and are exposed to how do I put this? How the player's journey impacts the world around them. That's what I'm trying to say. And so I'm being very general, because I'm not going to spend all day nitpicking specific zones. I'm just saying that ESO's content is not created equal. And if you spend time talking to the King of Orsinium, or you spend time going through compare Septima Tharn versus Euraxia Tharn. Two angry Tharn ladies. One from the Daggerfall Covenant, one from the Elsewhere expansion pack. And the difference in writing quality is apparent immediately between their motivations and what they're doing. Like, as far as what they do throughout the quest lines. You know, you said good writing in ESO is a DLC. That's the meme, yes. But what I'm trying, like, apples to apples can't really be done, because it's it's a mess. It's an extreme mess. And yeah, it's just we'd be here all day. I worked on an ESO video for a while and I abandoned it because I realized how much rewriting I would have to do in order to be satisfied with any of it. By the time I finished the Aldmeri Dominion starting zone, and I reworked the motivations of the Malmer to make sense within Canarthi's Roost, by the time I had finished repurposing all of that, and I looked at the real task of going to Aradon, I was like, nope, 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 nope. Couldn't do it. Anyway, maybe if they were paying me, I could do it, but at present, that's not an option. So, anyway, all I was trying to say, they said you kind of like the base game. There are aspects of the base game that are great. For example, you know the way I said Septima Tharn is a poorly conceived of character? She's also the only one in the game that recognizes that you're the vestige and has a plan to permanently kill the player character because the player character, like a Daedra, can go back to Oblivion and reform, right? The concept is never used again in the game. Like it is thrown away. It evaporates when you kill Septima Tharn. Never referenced again. They could have done a Shadow of War, Shadow of Mordor style Nemesis system with it if they wanted to. But no, that was just some developer being cheeky. And yet despite praising Septima Tharn for unifying story and gameplay in that way, I simultaneously say she is fairly poorly constructed there. Radio Shack, does that even exist anymore? I don't think it does. I went in there once and they tried to sell me a cell phone. And I was like, get the hell out. Back in the 90s, you could actually get shit there. All right. Let's see here. Anyway. So, yeah, all I'm saying is that good video game writing is fit to purpose. And as much as we want to say that there is deep lore, you said pretty certain Warner Brothers has a patent on the Nemesis system. They have a patent on that expression of the Nemesis system. Go play Path of Exile. The, what do you call it? The Betrayal League content that starts in Act 6, and you will find the Nemesis system, including the Orc Chieftains and everything right there, just in a different expression. Patents don't lock down an entire idea. Patents lock down an expression of that idea. So, in other words, you cannot do exactly what they did. But you can express it in a different way, the idea of it. It's that simple. All right. Now then, let's see here. Let me click a couple more things. All right. Yeah, but video game writing. Yeah. So it needs to exist in service of the mechanics of the game and the narrative of the game. But it can't, like, people, as Carmack said, people don't want to sit there and be exposited at for minutes at a time. They typically want the information given to them in a way that is emotionally resonant. What I mean by that is, if there was let's say there was a problem with a particular demographic within a kingdom, and it turned out that demographic was how would you express that? Would you just casually have them say a racism. No. What you'd do is you'd have someone die, or you'd have someone be a prisoner, or you'd have some kind of active event happen within the game that the that problematic demographic gets mentioned as a matter of course through the action of the game. I don't, when I say action, I don't necessarily mean like hacking and slashing people. I mean, action can be as something as simple as walking around, right? The concept that when you're walking down a hallway, it creates the illusion that you are making progress, even if it isn't, even if you really aren't making progress, you know. So if you were to go down a hallway and pass by a dungeon, and then something happened as you were passing by that dungeon, it creates the illusion that the player has made progress because they have moved forward. In other words, taking control away from the player specifically to exposit things is something that needs to be done carefully and rarely, because it will absolutely wear on the player. And you know how I know it will wear on the player? Because I have thousands of hours in Final Fantasy XIV where they do that all the time. It is a cutscene rich game with one of the best stories I've ever seen in an MMO. In fact, I will just flatly state the best story I've ever seen in an MMO. The problem is it is not one of the best video games I've ever played. That's a story, like a good story does not necessarily have to come at the expense of a good video game, but marrying the two is more difficult than it should be. Let's just put it like that. And it's very easy to fall into the exposition trap. All right. Let's keep going though. The point is that there's a reason why a lot of people get filtered by Final Fantasy XIV's early game. It's completely reasonable. I have an entire video on Final Fantasy XIV, and I very much discuss the filter there. People are right for going, no, I don't want to play that because of, X or Y problem. Anyway, let's see here. See if the bot is actually awake. Probably isn't. There you go. Anyway, let's get back into the video though before I have to go, because we've been streaming for 4 hours and we've gotten 49 minutes of them talking. Back up 10 seconds.
About a few seconds earlier, and he's dead, and that's a great story. So, John Romero, what went into designing the story of that one room, that first screen specifically?
So that level got done last. It was important to
First level of Doom got done last.
After you learn everything about the game that you're making, it's the smartest thing to do is to make sure that first level has everything packed into it that the player needs to understand about getting through the rest of the game. So E1M1 had gone through a lot of revision. There were rooms like the computer room after the first door was completely different than the room that you see now, like 100% different. And it just needed more revision. And at the very end, it was like, this is the last room. Originally, we had a story where 4 Marines are around a poker table when pandemonium breaks out, and it was going to be multiplayer and all that stuff. Instead, I basically needed to... what I wanted to show the player was, you're in a base, you're in this tech base that you can look outside and see that you're not on Earth. You can see that there's a sky, which was new tech for us. Like, we never had a sky in anything before, so that was exciting to people. For me, it was like important to show that you have a destination. You can see out the window where you're going to go and where you want to go, and that you can actually get attacked by an imp from all the way across the level as well. It's like, oh, that's what those things do, or there's something over there that's doing something towards me. And then having that up the stairs on the left-hand side into that room where you can see outside again.
Mhm.
And it gives you just a good feeling for a space. And it's not very big, but at that time, people were just learning how to navigate 3D spaces, so it couldn't really be too complex.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about the first level of Doom and introducing a player, basically tutorializing the player without making big pop-ups that say, hey, there's an imp that's going to shoot at you. Hey, look at the different height values up and down.
Like, that first door was a big deal to a lot of people. Like, it looks like a door. What do I do? You know? And then you open it up and there's two characters like firing at you. And, just two puny humans, but still it was like, okay, now you're going to press the button to shoot things. So it was like, I'm trying to tell a story without like narrative. We had no text popping up on the screen saying you're in the hangar, like none of that. But it was, it's like you got some blue carpet, which is not something you see mostly in Doom, is that blue carpet, like you see in that first room and maybe a few other ones. But yeah, it was about teaching the player a bunch of the mechanics and the environment that they're going to be spending their time in, and it was a really good, it was a good training wheels kind of room, that first room and that first level. Making it easy, like here's only two enemies, really. It's just the soldiers and the imp. And the imp was like the big scary thing, so I put him up on a ledge so he couldn't come and get you. But yeah, the whole thing was baby steps through the whole first level, and kind of established my idea for a horseshoe design where you start here and you end, basically you just look to the right, you're going to be ending up over there. So it's not far.
Yeah, gamers did not have the rich history of what's expected in games that they have today. I mean, it is that thing about opening the door was a big problem and challenge for a lot of people. I remember Tim Willits, one of the later designers, had commented about how he walked around that first room for a long time until finally, he hit the right thing and that door opened up and his world changed. And that just, all we had was that one basic use action, and it still took some education to get people on. And then when we went to in Quake,
I was gonna say Quake doesn't have a use button. You have to push. You push a button physically. You smash up against it, and the button just kind of goes in. Yes, that's what happens.
Quake with the full looking up and down, there were huge questions and debates about what people would be able to handle, because we would see people that would just get stuck looking at the floor or the ceiling and it would be horrible. And but now everybody does it. It's as natural as walking.
Well, keep in mind also that plus M look, mouse look, wasn't automatic in Doom. Sorry, in Quake. The mouse look didn't exist in Doom, but in Quake, mouse look wasn't a thing. You had to hit you used your arrow keys, okay? Like and then you used page up, page down to look up and down. It was WASD was not yet inscribed on stone tablets by Gaming Moses yet. This is true. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, it was mouse look was turned off because
yes,
I remember we spent almost the whole development of
mouse look did actually exist in the manual of Doom. Well, oh yeah. When I said mouse look, I meant looking up and down. Okay, I didn't mean mouse look is the in Doom is the like your screen going. Yeah, that's very different. That's very, very different than what I'm discussing, which is mouse look in Quake. Mouse look in Quake is looking up and down. You can actually do that form of mouse look in both Zandronum and GZ Doom. Yes. But yeah, mouse look was turned off by default. Oof.
off because I remember we spent almost the whole development of Quake not having look up and down be controlled by the mouse that way. We had some automatic looking up and down. We went upstairs and downstairs, and we used the page up and page down keys like Heretic to kind of look up and down, and we're just trying to figure out how do we do this until finally it was like
by default with it spring loaded, where you mouse look up and then have it snap back down when you released.
Yeah,
because we were just so worried about that people stuck looking at the ceiling or the floor. We had seen it with our own eyes, and it was bad for a user when that happened.
Yeah, I remember whenever you were looking up and down when you had that control, as soon as you start moving, it started to move the camera back to center because it was such a problem with people not understanding that they this is how you control your whole head,
Yeah.
But it was really the funny thing is it's not the very first mouse look game. I thought it was, but Terminator Rampage actually had mouse look in it. And I remember we had seen that game at some point. It was a solid field polygon game. It might have been the same year.
Yes, I remember critiquing all of the pixel cracks between everything and not having sub-pixel accuracy on all the vertices and all this laundry list of stuff that I was going through that we do right in Doom.
T-junctions. Yeah.
Hold on. 1993 Terminator Rampage. It was Bethesda Softworks. In other words, Skynet was their sequel to Terminator Rampage. That's it. So this is what they created X Engine for. Bethesda created X Engine for Terminator Rampage, and they had mouse look first before id Software.
Yeah.
So just a note where go ahead, John.
I was just gonna say that was one of the things about our engine, and I don't even think that John and I had long discussions about it because I think we both just understood that the engine is that's our world, that's the player's world, and you want it to feel as solid as possible. There's no texture shimmer in our games. You don't walk up to a texture and watch it pixels stretch, and you don't watch them shift around like there's some bad math happening. And that made it feel more solid and more immersive, and to us, I think it was just common sense. You just don't want technical problems.
You said just because someone did something first doesn't give them privilege. Well, it doesn't give them exclusivity, but it does give them prestige. Privilege versus prestige. Yes. Very good. He said it's funny how Pirate and I are talking about Bethesda at the same time. I always talk about Bethesda. Yes. Bragging rights. Yes.
Problems in the engine at all. To be able to tell that that there's anything wrong. And I'm still making levels in my spare time for Doom, and it's just super, super solid. It was such a.
I mean, I'm always memeing about Bethesda. Because, I've got a circle of favorite games, or try to say easiest to play games. I can get lost in a Bethesda game almost instantly and stay that way for a long time, with the exception of Starfield, because I ran out of content. I'm not going to do New Game Plus for Starfield, sorry. But, yeah, you said a lot of people take the whole first thing as a privilege. Sigil selling like hotcakes, whilst it was a middling Doom mod. Yeah, but I think that it's not just not just that. I think that people wanted an authentically Romero experience, and they got that. Give me a sec, hold on. Yeah. Marathon did a lot of things first. I don't remember the first time I played Marathon. So when I got back to Marathon, I ended up playing a different engine, the Aleph 1 engine. And because of all the extra options the Aleph 1 engine has, I can't in good conscience say how Marathon plays now versus how it played on release, because I've only briefly played it in its original incarnation on the Mac, right? And I never owned it back then. So, it was super interesting, you know, hopping into the Aleph 1 engine now and playing these games, because my memories have completely faded. Hold on a second. Ooh, okay. But, yeah. So, I will say, though, I did install a cheat for Marathon, because Colony Ship for Sale cheap is terrible. So I added a jumping script so I could jump past the puzzle there. I hate it. I hate it so much. And yet the rest of the game I adore. So, you know, it's kind of one of those weird experiences where I go, damn, this is a great video game, except for that one level which should be removed.
Solid engine, and also Quake. Like when the grenade bounces off a wall, it feels like it's a real solid world. You know, it's not like.
Let me put it like this: the Mona Lisa is not the most detailed or even breathtaking painting ever made, but people value it for the person who made it. In this sense, Doom fans value Sigil because of the person who made it. It is not privilege, it is that they're looking to the artist to assign value to it.
Just some little stick that's bouncing around somewhere with bad physics. You know, it actually feels really good.
Yeah, that was always a great deal of pride for me in the solidity of the worlds. The id games had a feel to them. I mean, even in Wolfenstein, where there's not many things going on, but that carried through from Wolfenstein to Doom to Quake, where maybe there would be some more kind of flashy things you might do, but if they didn't feel solid, I didn't want to do them. And in hindsight, you know, I was probably pushed a little bit further on that than if I could go back, I would bend a little bit more for in the name of kind of cool, flashy flash stuff that might not be quite as solid, but it was my look and my vibe for things, and it stood us well.
Yep.
So we're just about we're creeping up to the.
Yes, but keep something in mind. Keep something in mind. The people who've been making mods for making maps for like 25, 30 years. I mean, number one, not all of them assure compatibility with the original engine. That's number one. Number two, John Romero went and did a bunch of other things. So again, I don't expect anywhere near the quality of someone who's been practicing, refining their art for decades now. I mean, we're not talking about years anymore. We're talking about decades that people have been honing their craft, as it were. He has been doing other things. And so at the end of the day, the reason we assign value to his maps aren't because they are anywhere in the sphere of best Doom mods ever, but rather because of the artistic ramifications of Doom creator. Original Doom creator makes more Doom in his vision. And that's pretty cool. obviously, that's exaggerated because, you know, Carmack's here not making those, and the other 3 aren't there making anything, you know? But we just shrug and go, oh well. Let me see here. Daikatana. Yeah, I already closed that, unfortunately. Let me see. What's going on here? I got sent a message I need to pay attention to. Give me a moment. Alright, that message is unimportant. Good to know. Let's get back to it.
The 5-minute marker before we have to wind down. This hour obviously has been flying by, so I'll try to get in a couple more questions. I think the biggest one is, you know, Doom means so much to many people. You both made so many foundational games, from Keen, Wolfenstein, Doom, Quake, but Doom seems to be maybe extra special. I don't want to make you choose between your children or anything, but the community even today is still so active. I wonder, what is it about Doom that is so special to you, or maybe the first memory of Doom's development that comes to mind? And John Carmack, I'll start with you.
I've got to say that despite having started with Wolfenstein, Doom feels the most functional without crossing the threshold of being, without compromising its ease of use and accessibility. I'm talking about like creation-wise, right? You know, you don't have to be a good graphical artist to make a Doom level. You don't have to be a good 3D modeler to make a good Doom level. You don't have to be a good sound designer to make a good Doom level. And, you know, all you have to do is focus on level design, and it like the tools play out like an AutoCAD. Howdy, DB, good to see you. But yeah. So what I'm trying to say is that Doom is more active than Quake, and Quake is still active, oddly enough. Like, I was surprised just how active the Quake's modding community is. But Doom is more active because it kind of straddles that line of functional, but also accessible. And, you know, when we talk, we said earlier, you know, Quake gets into that odd territory where it starts becoming higher fidelity, and because it starts becoming higher fidelity, higher expectations are placed on you know, the maps, and it takes a lot more effort to make a good Quake map than it does to make a good Doom map. Not just the skill floor is still pretty low with a Doom map, but let me say, do you think Doom guy holding the pistol on the left was a mistake? Don't know. I also suspect that GZ Doom lets me pick. I think. In Quake 2, you can choose which side you want the gun on, including hide the gun. But I don't know. I don't know why. I have not considered how you hold the gun in Doom. That is like, I played tons and tons of Doom. I made maps for Doom. I played tons of mods for Doom, and I've never once considered the side in which you hold the gun. So you have brought up a consideration that you brought up a consideration that I had. Yeah, you hold the gun in the middle. Okay. Yeah. Nope. Let me see here. Killing demons is obviously the coolest thing you can possibly do. Just ask Frieden about that. She'll tell you all about how great the killing of demons is. Yeah, right. Yeah. Anyway, Let's go. Yeah.
So, I mean, I would agree. I think that Doom is probably the most culturally iconic thing that we did, where it did seem like this perfect storm of everything landing right. And there's everything can be improved. I mean, I could have made everything better, the graphics, the networking, the gameplay, and all of it could have been better. But we talk about like S curves where you've got a sinusoidal improvement, and Doom is like way up on this curve where you could push a lot harder and not make much absolute difference in it. It
True.
was as
True.
close to the perfect game as anything that I think that we made, where Quake was much more ambitious and it did not reach all of its goals. It probably did, like I said earlier, lead to more careers in software development. There's more software developers and game developers that would look back on Quake as the thing that that kind of pushed them into their life path. But Doom landed broader for for almost everyone. Just
Yeah, Quake led to, I think it was like 6 or 7 people in Valve software. Like seriously, Quake had a mod called Team Fortress, and they straight up hired that guy. Trying to think, there are other people who are just playing around with Quake C. One of the main developers for Half-Life played around with Quake C in his spare time, and otherwise was he was like a manager of a restaurant or something like that. I say a manager. I don't mean he owned it. He did not own it. He was just like a day shift manager. Um, that he had absolutely zero video game development experience, but because they looked at his work in Quake C code, that Valve said, we want you. And that was it. He was hired based entirely on his, I'm gonna make shit in my spare time, modding fun. And id Software has done that a lot in the past. I mean, we can say that Bethesda's done it recently with various mod makers. They brought in Eleonora to do the clutter of Starfield. They brought in the 3D NPC guy, interesting NPCs, to do a lot of the opening NPC dialogues. Like when you first reach New Atlantis and you talk to some of the people, they'll tell you their life story, like they're doing an exposition dump. That's an interesting NPC or 3D NPC guy. You can tell that that's in Starfield. So they hired a bunch of mod makers to work on Starfield. It's just unfortunate that Starfield is as disjointed as it is due to the lack of a central design document. We know that because ML's proud of it. But all I'm saying is that my goodness. Let me see here. All right. It said, makes you wonder how they hire at Bethesda. I know for a fact that people who get called in for an interview have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, meaning that even before getting hired by Bethesda, you are agreeing not to talk about the interview process. You are agreeing to not what do you call it? Discuss things like how much you were paid or how much you're going to get paid and stuff like that. Like you sign a broad NDA just to get an interview. So yeah, Bethesda's fun like that. All right. The breadth and width of what Bethesda employees are not allowed to talk about. ML Pagliarulo was given a given license to just talk about Starfield because they wanted him in like broad marketing doing interviews and stuff. But yeah. DB Fig says he knew someone that interviewed at Activision. Same thing. Had to sign an NDA to interview. Yeah. That's that is unfortunately gaming industry norm. Let me see here. Yes. Okay. Yep. Screwed up. At least they don't put the NDA in their EULA. There are actually all of their betas have an NDA built into them. It's just people talk about it anyway. Like, I think the last time I was on some kind of list, right? So when Quake Champions came out, like in its closed beta state, they said, yeah, you've been invited to the Quake Champions closed beta. I'm like, really? I do like Quake. And so I looked at the agreement, and it said, oh, you there's a non-disclosure agreement attached to this closed beta. I'm like, well, fuck you then. I didn't say that. I just closed the email for the Quake Champions beta invite, never opened it again, because if I'm going to test something for you, I'm going to benefit some way. Are you going to pay me? If the answer is no, then how else am I going to benefit? And if the answer is I can't make videos about it, I can't live stream it, and if the answer is only, what do you call it? If the answer is only, well, you get the privilege of playing it early. I have other games I want to play, and I want to play a more complete version of the game where it's not busted in some way, where I'm testing it, you know? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now let's see. Reminds you of that dev that gave a week or so. Yeah. Paid coverage. Right. Let me see here. The developer of the game, Spirit T. Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. If you're profiting off of someone else's intellectual property, then you should, in theory, have to pay a licensing fee for it. Except for the fact that we are consistently providing free advertising by doing that. So it's not so much a parasitic relationship as a symbiotic one. I can't count the number of times I've played a game like Star Explorers on stream, and a bunch of people will buy the game as a result. Like indie games that nobody's heard of, and it is interesting to see how different different people kind of approach that. But yeah, I mean, I definitely don't feel privileged to be the unpaid beta tester, that's for sure. I did back when Quake, not Quake, World of Warcraft was fairly new, because it was a social experience, right? Yeah, I wasn't getting paid per se, but I was playing with all my friends. There's a difference. There is a huge difference. Mm-hmm. Continue to promote indie games. Yeah, the next big, if I'm obviously blanking on a bunch of titles, but I'm gonna be playing what do you call it? Curse Crackers When the Bell Toils eventually. That's a 2D side-scrolling platformer that is Game Boy-like. I'm gonna be playing a lot of that. But no, you're right, DB. I like that the developer of Spirit Tea kind of like faded in and then disappeared off of my social medias there. Like I saw him once complaining about it, and that's it. Let me see here. Ooh. Okay. I'm looking at some nonsense there. All right, looks good. Let's go. Let's continue this. I'm gonna back up 10 seconds. 15.
Development. There's more software developers and game developers that would look back on Quake as the thing that that kind of pushed them into their life path. But Doom landed broader for for almost everyone. Just like recently, I was talking to a musician. He was like, "Oh, you made Doom," and that was something that had
Yep.
stuck with him. And at this age now, 30 years on, everybody's aged up, and of course, for the kids now, they've got their new generations of games, but now you run into the CEOs of the major corporations that are like, oh, that was formative in my college years. So it was something where it's rare to have things come together and probably exceed even your initial views for them. We didn't get all the things that we thought we wanted at the beginning, but the sum total impact of it really was greater than, certainly I had high expectations for it. And I think Doom, as the full holistic release and culture around it, exceeded anything that I imagined.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think one of the interesting differences with the Doom development, or with Doom's development than any other game that we had made together, was the earlier games were like training wheel games. Like we were really making them fast. Like these are games were being done in 2 months, sometimes 1 month, and so we learned a lot there. And with Wolfenstein, we finally had the time to just spend as much time as we wanted on a game. And for us, 4 months to a shareware release was crazy time. Like it was twice as long as we ever spent before. And with Doom, because of our ambitious start with this cross development next step systems and the scanning that we're going to do with all of the models and everything, we, for the only time, really said this game has to be the best thing that we can imagine playing. And that was, multiplayer was one of those things that was like,
I like multiplayer, like Doom specifically. The fact that you could play co-op and not just deathmatch was great. I loved deathmatch. Don't get me wrong. I loved all the other like deathmatch type mods I made back in the day as well. But what I really really loved was the fact that I could play co-op as well, because I had friends who were not nearly as good as me. They were the type of person who would, in Quake, get stuck looking down. Like they said earlier, right? And so having a lower skilled player join you in the single player campaign, and you can kind of be sidekick and play together with them, tune the difficulty level to however you need it to be, like that it was great. Just being like, co-op is something I always value in games like Doom and Quake and Half-Life using the mods. DB, after the new year, we need to get together and do the what do you call it? We need to finish up the Half-Life campaign, and then what do you call it? Yeah, at some point next year, we need to finish it up. Anyway. But yeah, co-op is great just because you can get people of variable skill and play together. They said true co-op is rare those days. Yeah, it is, unfortunately. I would love for there to be an Elder Scrolls game that has co-op built into it. I don't need a true MMO experience. All I need is for there to be like for the the player like the whoever's hosting would be treated as the player character. And then everyone else who joins would be like a follower or a mercenary or whatever. They might be able to talk to vendors and buy and sell stuff, but for the most part, like when it comes to story stuff, they'd just be like, "Good evening. Helps to have a map." and then if the player character talked to the NPC, like, "Oh, there's a dragon over that ridge. You must help me kill it." You know, that's how I'd like to see an Elder Scrolls game built. Not as a true MMO, but rather as the host is the player character, and any clients connecting are what do you call it? Our sidekicks, are they take the place of Lydia or whatever, you know, NPCs. And that's how I'd like it. Kind of like a Dark Souls summon. Yeah, drop in, drop out. Exactly. I'd like to see something like that. But you know, the real issue. Okay, so I had a shit ton of fun playing with Dretch in Elden Ring Reforged, with the seamless co-op mod, because I was able to do just that. I was able to, you know, I wasn't doing drop in, drop out as a, you know, when I, you know, fought a boss or whatever. I would start up the game, I'd use my item, he'd join me instantly, and we'd be playing. And just like that, we'd be going off and having fun in the open world. And I'd like to see something like that, but in the Elder Scrolls with, you know, a little more RPG systems, what with the buying and selling of goods and whatnot, you know. I guess that's how I'd like to approach it. Yep. You're learning how to mod it? You think you screwed up? Okay. Do you want to use the convergence with randomizer? Oh, yeah. I get that. I totally get that. Anyway, let's get going. Back to 1, 2, 3.
And everything. We, for the only time, really said this game has to be the best thing that we can imagine playing. And that was, you know, multiplayer was one of those things. That was like, I've never played a multiplayer game ever like Doom. And that was one of those things that we didn't even put that in until October. And I remember when it was, I was in your office and I was like, oh man, we don't have multiplayer yet. And it was like, oh shit, that's right. I got to get that book out and learn IPX. And that was so fast. Like nowadays, if you're going to build a multiplayer game, you're doing it on day one. Like you don't.
Yeah, I was going to say that Stardew Valley had to be rebuilt from scratch to support multiplayer. Like there are tons of games that didn't launch with multiplayer. No Man's Sky. That needed to be rebuilt from the ground up because they were single-player games. And this is true broadly, really. Is that you do it on day one, period, or you're in for a bad time, a really bad time. Let's see here. I need to close some other windows. Okay, we can go.
Do it at the end of shipping a game. But
we had demos earlier, and you know the multiplayer. If you could do demos, in some ways you could do the peer-to-peer networking. So it's not as crazy, you know, as it would sound. Really starting in some massive established game engine, just hacking it in. Because yes, that's the classic fan request for game developers. It's like, oh, can't you add multiplayer now? And that's a completely unfair thing to ever say to a game developer.
Yep. And the funny thing about the demos, which is like, I don't know if you've read, like speedrunning has been a thing for a long time since Doom. And the speedrunning history books are like, Doom is what started speedrunning because you can now save and load your demos. And I look back at that and I'm like, we could have just speedrunning could have started in 1990 with Keen because we had all that.
Yep.
Yeah, that whole looking back and saying when things that later became important could have been started, like so many of the multiplayer things we could have wound up doing in Doom if we had just kind of pushed on that. But things that seem obvious decades later after somebody else has gone and made something a phenomena, are not as obvious when you're in the thick of it. But yeah, we went above and beyond what we had originally kind of hoped and targeted for that. But there is a lot more that could have been done. And I think that's what's made it feel like it's got legs all of this time, because there was still untapped potential and things that could still be done on top of it.
Yeah, and I think even though the game was moddable, which was critical to it staying alive for so long and people loving it, because
Yep.
we embraced people's creativity to make the game what they wanted, that when the source code was released, that really made the game live until today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. GZ Doom, based on the Z Doom source code, based on the what do you call it? Based on the Doom source code.
We embraced people's creativity to make the game what they wanted, that when the source code was released, that really made the game live until today still, because it can be kept current on everything. And as a side product, as a side effect, it can now run on everything, like pianos and toasters and even CPU coolers.
Absolutely.
You name it.
Yeah, I wish we had more time to talk about things like that, because it was interesting where that was a significant debate about releasing the tools. And I know once we had the things that were sort of everyone's worst nightmare, like D-Zone making more money than Doom 2, are basically off mods of our games and the struggles in there. But
yeah, D-Zone, map packs. Gotta love map packs. Okay. That is really amazing.
But clearly, it helped so much through all of this, but it's still far from a standard. You do not see game companies nowadays releasing the source code or even releasing most of the modding stuff. The modders have better tools to reverse engineer everything, but it's really not with the help and support of the studios. And
True.
that's still kind of a shame.
Yep. I do remember that getting the game running and seeing the 3D world in Doom and how it was going to look better than Wolfenstein. Like it was going to be amazing. The impact of seeing multiplayer running on your computer for the first time when you got the two computers going.
Yes.
That to this day.
Oh
Absolutely.
my god! And I like, the funny thing is, like, I went into my office and I was making the E1M7 at the time, and I was just imagining this, like, I'm looking out the window and I'm seeing two characters fighting, like rockets are flying up at a high window, and someone else is plasma gunning the other guy. I'm just like, this is going to be the coolest fucking game the planet has ever seen. Oh my god, I can't wait to play that. It was awesome. So yeah, I think was it? It's 9. Did you?
Well, yeah, I would just want to say a quick word as we wind down here. These guys have graciously allowed me to insert a quick plug for a project I have coming out, and it's in the vein of what we've been talking about. I'm partnering with Boss Fight Books to release a book called "But Does It Run Doom?" I'll be writing about some of the conventional ports, such as Super Nintendo port, PlayStation, but also some of the more out of left field ports.
I played what do you call it? I played the Super Nintendo port of Doom with the X-band modem attachment, which is you put the X-band into the Super Nintendo, you plugged your telephone into it, and then you put the game in on the top, and so it would match you with someone else, and you'd play deathmatch in the Super Nintendo game. I did that.
Such as on pregnancy tests, on the sheep in Minecraft. So look for that at Boss Fight Books on Twitter. BossFightBooks.com will have information coming out. And finally, I just want to thank you both for letting me be a part of this. I'm right with chat. I've just been having a great time just listening to these stories. Thank you both for your time. Thank you everyone for joining us. And
56K. Ooh, you're making some assumptions there. Hold on. Let's see what the X-band speed was. It had 1,500 members during its heyday. Let me see. BPS, kbps per second. 2,400 BPS. 2,400 bits per second. That's 2.4 kilobit. Get excited. Get excited. Yeah. Not 56K, 2.4K. I just looked it up. That's right.
And was there anything you two wanted to say as we close up shop here?
Yeah. First, oh yeah, go ahead, John.
My first modem on my PC was a 300 BPS. It was then I upgraded to a 2400, and I used a 2400 BPS modem for a long time, but then I went right from 2400 to 56K. It was a 56K flex, which somehow made it better than a standard 56K. I don't fucking know. I do not understand the underlying technology behind it, so I'm just, it's probably just marketing speak. But they were trying their best to work around the FCC restrictions. Eventually, we get a DSL, which ran like crap, and then we get a cable modem, which ran better. Yep. Yep. Well, no, DB, we didn't have DSL yet. We had an ISDN, or not we, but they had an ISDN line, the rich folks, and then maybe a T1 line if they were running a business. that was the good stuff, though. You could host multiple servers on a T1. Yep. All right.
You go, and then I'll go.
So it's been kind of a happy year for me with the legacy stuff here, where I had a few tense years within software over corporate stuff, and we've made up now. And I was at QuakeCon this year, bringing back some good memories, and then being able to do this. I've said before that I'm not a very sentimental person, that I don't spend a lot of time kind of reminiscing about the good old days, but they were really quite good, and I am very proud of the things that we built back then.
You remember 56K TFC? See, I was playing 56K Team Fortress before the classic, back in Quake World, and there was a map called 4-Fort-4 where you had 4 teams: the red team, blue team, yellow team, and green team, and the 4 forts were all facing each other with like a lava pool in the middle. And so your goal was to steal any of the flags from any of the teams and take it back to your battlements at the top of the base. And so, 4-Fort-4 was just a cluster, just a complete and total cluster of we call it fighting there. Whoops, let's see what we got. Hold on a second. So someone said a thing. Okay, we can go.
And that they have this legacy that has lasted to this day. So I'm super happy we were able to pull this together.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, and thanks a lot, John. We really gave a lot of people a lot of fun for a long time, and it was really great to talk to you, and it was really great to work together with you.
You see how I take a single video, like an hour-long video, and I talk, and now it's like 5 hours later. Like, holy crap. Like, this is, you know, you ever seen such an insufferable person who loves the sound of their own voice? Okay, copy, good. Content! Ooh.
And I'm really glad that we did all the things that we did.
It would have been awesome if you could have made it out to QuakeCon this year with us. We should do that some point in the future.
Totally. I will absolutely do that because I really love QuakeCon, and you know, it's community, and I really want to thank everybody in the Doom community, you know, for keeping this game alive.
Hell yeah.
And really just thanks for playing our games, everybody. All right, we will see you all later.
There we go. So that's a done. That's definitely a done. Okay. No, it's really cool. So, yeah. That was their anniversary. What do you call it? They're the big old anniversary live stream. And John Carmack and John Romero have come to terms, and that is a +1 humanity. In amongst several years of you know, -1 humanity. But seriously though, the fact that you know, like, Carmack forced John Romero out of id Software, and he said it was one of his regrets, right? You know, having grown and changed. So like that's really awesome. That, you know, they were able to come to terms and, as you said, bury the hatchet. It's like that's it makes me happy. That's one of the things I can just that fact it makes me happy, flat out. Yep, Ramiro is just a cool guy. Correct. He apparently hangs out in his hometown, like at a local bar. Anyway, let me see here. I'm checking a couple more things. All right. Sorry, I got distracted. So, I was talking about the Doom community recently. Everyone loves to talk about the Doom community. So, okay. There is such a thing as the CAC Awards, right? Where they where they basically say, "Oh, look at these Doom mods, these map packs." This is in 2004. They're like, "Oh my God, look at these amazing map packs," and so we look at them, and there's all kinds of information put into this. You can see how they basically go and talk about the virtues of these different mods at the CAC Awards, right? And it's kind of a big thing. So now there are certain individuals in the modding community. I like to think of it kind of like how, you know, Arthmore is like a really good mod maker. I like almost everything he makes. Arthmore is just great at modding, right? But every once in a while he has an opinion. He has an opinion that what do you call it? You know, you kind of you kind of are like I don't like you, you know, and that's where you learn to separate the art from the artist, right? Is someone might be a real jerk, like me. I'm a jerk sometimes, but someone might be a really real jerk, in their posts, in their communications, and then that they still make like spectacular work that you like, so you can respect them as an artist, but then you look at their personality and go, outside of their art, I kind of don't want to deal with them. And as I understand it, like certain people in the Doom modding community kind of have that that notion where they may be very loud about certain things like politics or other other things that people don't like to hear about, in relation to their casual gameplay experience. They my general sentiment is, let everyone do whatever they need to be happy. So anyway, some of these people, you might want to block on social media because they say things you maybe don't want to hear being said very often. And so, as a result, a group of people have decided that the CACO Awards is somehow corrupted by the presence of these people. And they decided to separate. And I mean, the current CACO Awards look freaking awesome. Look at these, like Doot Eternal. Doot Eternal, meow, musical doom. Yes. But what I'm trying to say is that some people have viewed the CACO Awards as corrupted by the presence of certain individuals. And so they decided to do the Doom Awards. Okay, the Doom Awards were considered a big thing. They got a real fancy website. It's very sleek. As you can see, it's the Doom Awards is something different, right? It kind of got split off from the CAC Awards, right? The different award show. They're still looking to announce how great the mods were. That's what was going on there. So it's super interesting to look at this alternate this alternate award show, right? Where they talk about different things, but they as I understand this, they've separated the they've moved away from the problematic people and have made their own award show, with blackjack and hookers. But by that I mean they did this little show, right? And as we understand it, this is the guy who made Brutal Doom, who is one of the problematic people sometimes, but maybe not. The creator of Brutal Doom says, "After this, I am withdrawing my support from the Doom Awards. Silencing valid criticism is something I would expect from the Z-Doom forums." And if you look over here, lots of people, anyone who criticizes the Doom Awards for anything, any criticism toward the Doom Awards gets you a block. And you know how we know any criticism against the Doom Awards gets you blocked? Because they said so. They literally said, "Good evening, everyone. We've been a great success. Let's take a break and leave these pointless conversations that lead to nowhere. From now on, our attitude again towards controversial topics will be disengagement." In other words, if you at all criticize the Doom Awards in any way, they will disengage with you. Now, I as an individual disengage with people all the time because they tend to be crazy and they come at me with their anger for whatever reason. Like I once said, for example, that like I respect I said once that I respect like individuals' right to be happy, right? But I don't consider my personal pronouns to be important. I don't care for them very much. Like, you call me whatever the fuck you want. Like, it doesn't matter to me because I have a well-formed self-image that can withstand being called, what do you call it, any sort of what do you call a pronoun you want, right? I said that once. That was my stance on it, is I kind of make jokes about it as a result. So I had someone come at me, very angry like, and say, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't want people to insult me, obviously. Like, when someone comes in and they come a fighting, right? I'm like, my answer is disengagement. Now, because I said I didn't care much for pronouns, like I got people who are like everyone needs to have pronouns on their bio, like that coming at me. So like disengagement. I had other people going, how can you support people who have pronouns in their bio? And I'm like, again, disengagement. Like I've like people come at me because like I have a very middling opinion, right? Do whatever you want to be happy, but I don't really care. Like that's my middling opinion, right? It's but people come at me because of that. Like, and so my answer has been consistently disengagement. It's just how dare you, how dare you not have my opinion? Yes. Oh boy. Anyway. Yeah, exactly. Well, all I'm saying is that like I you know if someone were to use a they them, is disengagement the same as blocking? Blocking, muting, depends on the situation, right? It's the idea of like, okay, so when you're in your, because remember, social media isn't actually a town hall, like a public, it isn't the public square that people think it is. It's actually a bunch of boxes. Each box is like your home, right? Like a home away from home. And if someone comes to your home and starts addressing you, you can ask them to leave. It's that simple. And that's where what we're talking about disengagement, right? But I'm an individual, right? I'm seriously an individual. And when I disengage with people, I like it only affects me, right? That's it. Just me. However, when a whole ass award show starts blocking people because they don't like criticism about the whole ass award show, then that whole ass award show probably isn't worth a whole lot. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's any criticism at all that triggers them. That, like, just from now on, these controversial topics, when they say these controversial topics, they mean basically anything. And it's nuts in that respect. Now let me just grab that before I get blocked. There we go. Bam. We just made a quick save there. Anyway, so that's basically what I'm trying to say. Anyway, it's because of all the drama relating to the the Z-Doom forums, the Doom World forums, the Kako Awards, like all of this stuff, right? It all came to a head. The Doom Awards came in order to kind of separate themselves from that. And as a result, they have begun blocking people en masse. Let me see here. Yes, organizations shouldn't necessarily block. That's what we're getting at here. I'm was gonna say, if we look over here at the idea that people were blocking. Now, why do you think these people are getting blocked, right? You may ask why. What is causing it? Well, here's why.
Hi. At Doom Awards. Comma. I told you I did not want to be associated with your AI-riddled crap in a separate tweet thread. And guess what? I still stand by that. Please remove anything of mine off of your website. Thanks.
You see, and this is the developer of Stilico. Remember when I talked about how nav meshing in ZDoom was open sourced by Stilico? But by Stilico developers have gone and like advanced Doom modding through open sourcing their like proprietary software. Like, this is a Stilico developer.
I've brought this up in the past. When running an award show, you want to embrace the creative efforts behind the people involved and present them faithfully. Applying AI filters on their work ruins the whole point.
Yeah. So the Doom Awards have been applying AI filters over the work of creators there, and they criticized that. If we go up to the top here, you can see how basically they're they were using Chat GPT for all of their what do you call it, for their their little articles and stuff, right? It's this idea that led Shannon Cannon to say, hey, please delete my stuff from your website. Like, I don't want to be I don't want to be I don't want to be named in an official capacity with you guys who are like literally naming people, literally writing articles using Chat GPT instead of doing it yourself. What are you doing? Like, these are valid concerns Shannon Cannon had. Hey, I don't want to be associated with AI written articles, and so as a result, Doom Awards said, you're blocked. Yeah. You see, the Doom Awards have decided to go hard on AI-generated content. So you go to the website, you look at the winners, and you may be wondering, like, yeah, I said, is the AI also doing the blocking? Seems to be someone there. Sergeant Mark IV got an honorary award, but again, like, this is all the artwork is going to be AI generated, like these little things here, and the actual articles are apparently at least partially AI generated, according to what people are saying. Basically, this whole website was put together with copious amounts of AI art and AI articles. And so, like, the developers who have put forth this effort are very, very disgruntled about it. That's why Shannon Cannon got blocked by the Doom Awards, and why Sergeant Mark IV is like, hey, I'm withdrawing my support because it's crazy, right? Anyway, that's basically what I'm getting at, is that the CACO Awards were to shine a light on the best Doom mods made, and then the Doom Awards came along and said, well, you guys are corrupted. We want to we'll do our own award show without you you baddies, right? And so they immediately do it in the worst way possible that alienates everybody. Did Sergeant Mark IV use AI? No. But he's, as you can see, he's pulled his support from the Doom Awards after all this nonsense. That's basically what we're getting at, is it's interesting regardless, to kind of look at just this whole situation. Yes. You've never heard about the Doom Awards before, and I know you wish you hadn't. Yeah, but like, we're looking at big time developers who are basically saying, what are you doing? What are you doing? And so yeah, it's super interesting to look at this in this respect. I'm not going to loiter on this very long. I'm gonna be going and playing my I'm gonna be playing Doom until I get told by the electrician that they're gonna be shutting off the power. Yeah, the Max Payne voice actor passed. I know, I heard about that. But yeah. The CACO awards were always great. Correct. And yes, yeah, the Z Doom drama was covering up yeah, the things I don't want to mention here. Yes, that's true. Anyway, all I'm saying is that the CACO awards from 2004 all the way to 2023 have been consistently shining a light on some of the best content ever made, right? And to see the community getting awards they don't want because the AI generated stuff is like, it's an AI generated website, so I don't know how many people worked on these awards, but it looks like very few from my perspective. And I'm just like, hey, we should my point is less Doom awards bad and more along the lines of, I support the people who just want to make good stuff and don't want to be associated with AI generations. That is entirely their choice on how to present themselves on the internet. So, the CACO Awards, 2023, people should check it out. People should check out the maps made in it. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, absolutely, yes. It's nuts. Absolutely nuts. But that's where I'm gonna leave it as far as that goes. So I got about an hour to mess around. Give me a sec. Let me get this going. Ooh. So let's get a launch there. I'm gonna go ahead and just set up. Give me a sec. Ultimate Doom. Good. Yep. You guess technically anyone can create their own tier list and call it an award. Doesn't make it relevant. This is acknowledged with all concerned parties. Yes, exactly. Exactly. It's just amazing how people, how just incredibly wrong this turned out. And again, I don't have a horse in this race because I haven't done Doom mods since like 2004, 2005, something like that. But I've got to say that I find the circus very compelling because I'm a crazy person. Imagine giving awards for popularity. I mean, the whole point of the CACO Awards is to show off really high quality mods that would otherwise be missed, you know? And so the Doom Awards just kind of said, okay, but we're gonna disassociate from the bad people, and we're gonna make our own award show, and everyone involved is looking at how they're conducting themselves with their quote unquote own award show, going, What is wrong with you people? It's interesting. Again, I'm not passing judgment quite yet because I probably don't know the whole story. But I am relaying what the big players in the Doom modding have decided, and that's, you know, that they believe that the Doom Awards are crazy people, basically. It's interesting. Doom is one of those forever games that will never die. Basically, yes. Let me go ahead and actually boot up a different thing here. Hold on. I got distracted. Okay. Bring Project Brutality on with corruption cards 5.3. And let's go. That's better. I'm eating a coffee candy right now. It's literally just coffee and whoop. On. Cool. Let's go Shores of Hell. Brutal. So, we're going to go with hardcore for our corruption cards. And we'll go with a regular. Yep. What do we got? Balance scales. You hear monsters in your head. Let's do it. You hear monsters in your head. We will now hear monsters forever. Oh, jeez. Stop. Okay. Excellent. Let's go. Reload. Jump. No thanks. Damn it. Getting my ass kicked. Don't throw grenades at me. Who's left? Oh, that was a big rifle. Wow. Okay. Doom Infinite? A roguelike, you say? Speaking of a roguelike, I would very much like to see the I'd like to play the Ancient Dungeon for the original Legend of Zelda. That's what I'd like to do. Yes. Okay. Hold on. Let me look at this. Should be Ancient Dungeon Zelda. Here we go. Let's have a look, see. Okay. I need to play this sometime soon. Pretty cool. It's got it.
The Legend of Zelda. Ancient Dungeon is a completely new way to play the original The Legend of Zelda on NES. This ROM hack makes The Legend of Zelda play like a roguelike. Venture through a randomized, ever-changing dungeon with progressive difficulty the further you go. Collect classic items and upgrades. And battle familiar foes throughout your journey. Every playthrough is different. Ganon is lurking deep within the dungeon. But beware.
Yep. That's what I was thinking about as far as a roguelike goes. Not the biggest roguelike fan. I like some randomizer elements, which is what corruption cards is for. I did get the Link's Awakening port and immediately got taken down. The what do you call it? The Link's Awakening port? Okay, most PC ports are smart. They go, you need the original ROM to play it, right? And so all of our PC port stuff is legal. You just need to get the ROM. And we don't host the ROM. Well, the author of the PC port for Link's Awakening didn't do that. They said, we're going to have all of the copyrighted assets in this download. And we're going to host it on itch.io. You can see how that could go wrong, right? Oh, crap. Got him. Here we go. Yeah, I grabbed it right away. Alright. As much as I wanted to start this, I hear the electrician has arrived. So I'm gonna run. And I will be back at some point later this evening. What do we call it? Possibly sooner rather than later, but I gotta run. What do you call it? I'm glad we managed to get through this, but that we're gonna have to end up turning off the power, which means shutting down my PC for a while. So I'll get back when I can, and we'll be playing other games. I'm looking forward to it. I'm just really, really, really glad that I got through that John Romero and Carmack video, because I'm super happy about that. Okay, last few seconds before I have to go, I will say that if you have any suggestions about, like, what do you call it, like Zelda 2 PC version or whatever, things of that nature, contact me on my Discord server. Link spam channel is the best place to put that stuff. But I will be able to see, while my PC is off, I will be able to see Discord from my cell phone. So I will see y'all later.